Heroes have risen. Legends have been forged. Their names echoing through time. Their glory etched into the stars.
Doesn't appear to be. Come on, lad, take that time. They're still hammering away another one. Rails on the road. What do you mean? Hey, oh, come on, Abaddon. Pull a hero on us. I'm looking for the hero's off target. I'm reloaded. One, two. Following the land.
The arena awaits. This crucible of courage, ready to bear witness. Who will be cast down? And who will join the immortal dynasty? Let the battle begin.
All right, welcome back to Alliance Tournament Feeders coverage. I am CCP Swift. Almost said a different name there because I'm so used to saying it. But we've got an incredibly fun day for you. 10 teams will go through into the Alliance Tournament main event. That'll be later in October. And a few teams will be eliminated. We'll have to say goodbye. But today, it's so much easier. You win, you're in. Don't have to worry about anything. If you lose, you will have the chance in the redemption bracket to kind of going through the redemption bracket to make it through, but just win. It's easy as that. I am not alone, thankfully, for both you and everyone just in general. On the desk with me is CCP Jotun. How you doing?
I'm well, CCP Swift. Thank you for having me here at the desk, although I am a little concerned that my first appearance at the desk during this AT20 is being slightly upstaged by one, Aliaris's drip, and two, CCP Leggy Bro. I don't know how I feel about that. First setup on the stage, and I'm already being third tier at least. So it's rough.
It's okay. It's fine. We do have a very Garistas themed. Ali, how you doing?
Doing great. I am here. I am ready to party in Garista's pirate style.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, indeed. And also, of course, is Leggy Bro, but have it on good authority. Leggy Bro saving their voice a little bit, maybe for the main event. We're not sure if we'll hear from them, but you know, they'll write us some notes. I'm sure the ink. I don't know. Do octopods have
8 notes
ink?
simultaneously? You know.
Yeah, there you go.
They have more than one brain, so they've really got to
That
be
is
cooking
true.
the analysis in there.
I don't know where to go from there. We
That's
only
very good.
have one collective brain, and we're using it right now. We have an incredible day lined up for you. As we mentioned before, several teams vying for their tournament lives. If we just want to go over the teams that are already in, advancing to Alliance Tournament 20 that you'll be able to see later, and these teams will be competing against. We have Paper Numbers, Evasive Maneuvering, We Form Volta, Arrival, Plug and Play, Horde, Road Capel, Snuffed Out, Templess Calcif, Of Essence, Platinum Sensitivity, Deteriorated, Ragequake Cancel Sub, Exodus, Genshin Impact Alliance, Only Fleets, White Squall. Already in, and as you can see on screen now, on the left there is the Redemption port. You win that matchup, you're in Alliance Tournament 20 main event. If you lose, you get kicked over to the Last Chance hub, where you'll have to win, and then to the final Sanctum, we'll pick 2 more winners there. So just don't lose. It's simple. Really easy stuff, especially compared to yesterday, where we had multiple win conditions. The win condition now is just win, baby, win.
Win, baby, win.
Yeah, we saw some great matches yesterday. Any highlights in the meta that stood out to you, Ali, that you want to kind of be on the lookout for today?
So throughout the feeders, what we've been seeing is we've been seeing a lot of rush, and we've been seeing a lot of what you might call max threat or octodad or medium gun spam. 3 different names, one comp. And those comps are both very good at winning. They're good at winning against a lot of different ships. I'm a little bit hopeful that the pressure of elimination today is going to force some of these teams in the redemption bracket to bring out maybe those aces in the hole that they haven't been showing yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where you'll want to bring out what you think might actually be your strongest team just so you can make it in there. Coming up next in our next match, we have Post Pod Clarity and Sedition. And I'm getting the bans in right now. Post Pod Clarity have banned the Armageddon Navy issue along with the Loki, while Sedition have nuked out the Absolution and the Sleipnir. CCB Jotun, does this telegraph anything for you that might be coming? Or is there a setup that you're kind of excited about maybe being able to see?
This is weird. I mean, all these bands are pretty standard, with the exception of the Absolution. And honestly, the Sleipnir too, kind of. I mean, all you're doing is trying to limit Octodad or some kind of, medium gun spam kind of setup there with those two, trying to avoid both the shield and armor variants of it. I don't know that's necessarily the best play because there are a lot of different things you can fit into an Octodad. You can just shove those Octodads full of all kinds of different ships if you're speaking plainly. So do I think it's a wise move? I mean, listen, it's the last weekend of the feeders. Like you got to go for broke at this point, right? So if they think our key to winning is avoiding this one specific kind of comp that features these one specific kinds of ships, then hell yeah, brother, send it. You know what I mean? But otherwise, pretty standard across the board, especially for the team from Post Pod Clarity. Ged Navy very strong. Loki obviously super strong in this.
All right, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We're going to do as you say and send it over to the arena for our first match of the day between Post Pod Clarity and Sedition. Theron and Nova, take it away.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined here by Theron's Valrax, bringing you this match for the first redemption match between Post-Pod Clarity and Sedition. From the Post-Pod Clarity team, we're seeing exactly that max threat that was previously mentioned, the Octofather, some may say. What are we seeing from Sedition, Theron?
Well, on Sedition's side, they've opted to bring the big pancake itself. There is a Bargeston field supported by double Orpheus and some Jackdaws, so probably they are looking to try and headshot some of the lower end of the opposing team and then start to snowball off of that. There was a little bit of a delay we had, but now the match is back on track. Tell me, Nova, how do you feel about this Octodad versus the Rapid Lights?
This one's a situation where I feel like the Octodad setup is always just able to apply so well to these kiting ships, even if they're moving about the arena. I'm really interested, though, seeing the role of this Barghest in the team. I don't think we've seen one in the tournament thus far. And this is not a flag Barghest or anything that we might see in the normal tournament, but he's still looking to leverage scram range and keep some targets off of that kite setup. But we're seeing now the match is getting started, and immediately the carries from Sedition has just been volleyed directly off by the Post-Pod Clarity team.
That's right. Even though one of the Brutixes had an illegal whooping, I think he DC'd, he was moved at the 0. He's now joined the team of the Post-Pod Clarity, and they are raging towards that kiting team, trying to get the scimitar of Swen Takitsu, which is a primary. On the other side, Fenrir, Chainbreaker, and Omen Navy, there's split DPS between a cruiser and a Vigil, and now there is damage on a Mauler, so I'm not sure if that Rapid Lights, this is the optimal way to play them, because they are not going to get down any of those ships before the clip is reloaded. And at the same time, their scimitar is really hurting.
Yeah, I think the scimitar might have been a little bit late off the mark to start pulling up that transversal, and it's also a situation here, they might be able to knock down this Navy Omen in time. It's sort of doubtful, given that split DPS, as you were mentioning. They do kill off the Vigil, but they're about to clip, and they've already lost their scimitar and their carries. From here, what does Sedition have to do in order to pull this one back?
Well, I think they are trying to go onto the Deacon, one of them, right, which is a good call, because now they have no Logi. There is Logi on the other side. They have to start making those trades. This Omen Navy is definitely not going down right now, not nearly quick enough, as they are losing the Hyena. When this Hyena drops, the webs that are being applied to a Deacon of Ianis, they are going to drop. And the application is also going to slow down dramatically. So PPC team critically identifying the ship that is posing the threat to the comp. It's down right now. This Deacon is going to have much easier time as long as he is able to manage the speed. And I think now they are shooting the Barghest. I'm not sure if this is the call I would have made. I would have probably eliminated Jackdaws first. But regardless, they are really comfortably in the driver's seat right now, trading up.
Yeah, this one's just going to get harder and harder for the Sedition team as well, given that they've lost their logistics right off the bat, and the pair of Deacons from Post-Pod Clarity are still hanging in perfectly fine for the time being. The Hyena from Sedition did die as well. That's, as you mentioned, really going to hurt their application. He was webbing down the Vigilant of Vakes for a while. That Vigilant is now picking up, and he's looking to lock down some more targets from Sedition as soon as he's able to get over to them. There's also a massive cloud of drones that have been moving across the arena. First, they were on the Hyena, then switching over to the Barghest. It's an interesting target call, but at this point, yeah, that Barghest is really going down quickly. He's about to drop into hull.
He's trying his best to screen off people that are raging, trying to get a web on him. This Vigilant of Vake has been kept at the Lang's End thanks to the tech to scram on the Barghest, but it's not going to matter. This Octodad comp is able to comfortably project anywhere into the arena. The Barghest is down. Now it's just going to be a matter of a mop-up. Maybe the Sedition team has a chance of getting down this Deacon of Nymph. He seems to be hurting a little bit, but his body is already catching up, so he's going to get full reps applied soon to him. Yeah, it's just it's a strong execution on the PPC side.
Absolutely, it is. Tell me a little bit more, Theron. Why is it that a team would choose to bring a Barghest instead of things like Cyclone Fleet issues at the top end of their comp as part of a kite like this?
Well, Barghest brings some different utility on top. It has two utility high slots, so you can pack some heavy newts that are able to pressure logic cruisers, logic frigates, any other like crucial target that you want to be neuted out. I say that a Northwest goes down, a Stork goes down, and a Jackdaw. However, it doesn't bring any links, and it's very costly. I think it's the most pricey ship you can actually field right now, sitting at 54 points. Those pirate battleships are really really expensive this year in this format, so it is a hefty investment that you take. It does bring a lot of DPS, but just like the officers, it's limited by the clip size, so it's not constant. While medium gun spam, it just keeps on pumping all the time.
Yeah, we're just seeing ships just drop one by one by one here. They're even kiting pretty well. They're not getting locked down by scrams from the Vigilant or anything. They're moving like upwards of 3k, and then they simply die because these guns are able to track them seemingly problemlessly. Right now, we're just waiting for this Jackdaw from Kiken to die, but it's this is an overwhelming performance from Post-Pod Clarity. Is this just a situation, do you feel, where the Octodaddy setup is just better than the kite?
Well, that really depends. If that carries would have lived a little bit longer. They definitely had some E-War there trying to slow down a situation like that, but it didn't work out because he died really quickly. And the last Jackdaw drops down, and congratulations to Post-Pod Clarity. We're going to take it back to the studio.
And with that, Post-Pod Clarity have made it, cursing us to say their team name over and over and over again, as they are now into Alliance Hornet 20 with a very dominating setup with a max threat. Or I think CCP Leggy Bro probably liked the comp they did just because of what people refer to it as. Sedition took this really powerful kite team with the Barghest that we haven't really seen too much, a lot of control in there. But what went wrong early for them, Ali?
So Sedition honestly made a little bit of a bad target call. You have two Rapid Light Orthruses, you have two Jackdaws. Those ships both have amazing range and amazing application. You've got to at least try to snap the Logi Cruisers early. If you shoot the Logi Cruisers, the other team doesn't have any healing. Most kite teams are actually fairly bad with DPS. They don't have a big attack bar. They can't apply very much. They've put all of that points into speed, basically. And if the other team can't rep, it doesn't matter if your DPS is slow. You just got to start chewing through all the rest of the buffer.
Right on. We did see actually that they did kite around incredibly well, surviving. You know, one of the things that you want to see from a kite team is when one ship goes down, the next target is at least far away from everything else. In a place like the Alliance Tournament Arena, it is really hard to position yourself far from your friends, close enough to support them, so you're still in range to have your damage going on the primary target, and also not boundary violating. You're in this very weird little bubble of death to try and live in. So these teams are oftentimes the hardest to execute. Excuse me, Jotun, I noticed something that we saw a couple times yesterday and a few times last week as well. The Vigilant, the Serpentis cruiser, is kind of showing up out of nowhere in the Alliance tournament. What role does this thing play, and why is it so important?
I have always been kind of the opinion that the Vigilant is kind of a trap. The Vigilant looks really good on paper, right? It's got great webs. It can do okay DPS. It fits into a lot of different slots, especially within these kind of gun spam, Octofather sort of setups. But the Vigi is just has to be, and I don't have the numbers in front of me. Somebody in chat, I'm sure, will find out the numbers for me. It has to be about the squishiest cruiser in the game, at least the squishiest pirate cruiser in the game. It is so easily cooked if somebody even just so much as looks at it. And obviously in this case, not a problem, right? Because they won and it was never really threatened. But the Vigi is one of those ships that is. If you see them in large numbers, take them out. Take them out quickly because you can. Like any decent amount of DPS is going to be able to take out the Vigilant, and when they're gone, the threat of those webs gone immediately. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, so the Serpentis platforms do get an absolute ton of use out of the webs. They don't get any extra range. Of course, you can overheat if you're brave, and if you have some links, uh, can maybe get out to like 15 kilometers or so. But they are 90%, so they will stop a ship in its tracks. Especially useful if you're going up against, maybe some overpropped Logi frigates or just anything that you want to slow down and you don't think a scram will do enough for you. I'm just
Or a
curious that we've seen
scimitar,
them.
for example.
Indeed. Yeah, that's actually another thing. Ali, we saw early on from decision making on both sides, post pod clarity went to take out the carries and immediately trapped the logistics cruiser, the Scimitar, for Sedition. Why is it so important to kill these Logi cruisers early on?
So really, it depends on what your comp is doing and how much damage your comp has. They're always generally, like, if you can get one for free, it's a great idea to just take it off the board. The Logi cruisers are the main source of actual reps in the comp. If you don't have your Logi cruiser, maybe you've got a local rep, but the local rep isn't doing nearly as much as an entire ship dedicated to repairing its fellow teammates. So if your comp doesn't do a lot of DPS, you almost have to kill the Logi first. If you kill the Logi, then you can actually clear out the rest of the team. In some matchups, max threat versus max threat or rush versus rush, a lot of things we've actually seen this past weekend and the one before, it can be okay to leave the Logi cruiser alive for a little bit. Because you have so much DPS, it doesn't matter what that Logi pilot does. They'll be overheating their reps, slamming their hands on the keyboard. Doesn't matter, their teammates are going to die anyway. So you have a little bit of leeway, but even there, once the trades start coming in, you lose some ships, your opponents lose some ships, you're going to have to eventually find that Logi cruiser and shoot it. And once you do, especially if you can shoot theirs without losing your own, your team is in a dominant position for the rest of the match.
Right on. And you've been at the Alliance tournament before as like a captain, making the target calls and stuff. If the opposing team has logistics frigates, either Tech 1 or Tech 2, does that math change at all for you, or do you still like going for those ships?
So that is going to depend a lot on positioning. So the logistics cruisers have a very long range. They can rep out to 50, 70 kilometers sometimes even and fall off. The logistics cruisers have a much shorter range, outside of 30, and the logistics cruiser can't really do anything. So you have a lot more options against logistics frigates to prevent them from being able to do what they're trying to do. Effectively, if you can split the opposing team up so you have the Logi frigates and their former target on one side of the arena, and you and your next victim on the other side of the arena, you can just hard switch to the person who's isolated and maybe get them down. Bonus points if you have the Logi frigates actually tackled. Even if you don't, you've got a free 10, 15 seconds before any repairs are going to come in. Additionally, the Tech 2 logistics frigates can fit a 10 afterburner, and those things are hard as heck to hit. So depending on what kind of weapons platform you have, you may have to just suck it up and either try to split the team up, nuke the Logi frigs, you figure out some other way around it.
All right. And also, when we're talking about the alliance setups, when a team lands on the field, you might not be too sure what they can do. Let's go ahead and look at the tournament UI, which will give a little bit of indication about what teams can do and what they can accomplish. As you can see, the tournament UI is set up between Team Red and Team Blue, the team on the left, the team on the right. Easy stuff. But we also have things like the effects that are applied, the status of the ship, how much control, attack, and defense are on that that entire setup. CCB Jotun, can you break down what these bars mean?
Yeah, so the blue bar, of course, is just how many hit points they have on the grid at any given time, right? How much repair action is going on in any given moment, it'll be in purple at the end of that bar. Attack bar is pretty straightforward. How much damage are they applying at any given moment? Their potential damage, you can see here on the screen, is the little bit at the end in black. That bar will raise and lower depending on how much they're able to actually apply. And control is a kind of a catch-all term for anything webs, scrams, disruptors, damps, ECM, certainly anything that is going to cause is going to act as a force multiplier against the opposing team. So while the first two bars are a little bit, everybody always gets kind of caught up on that control bar. The first two are a little bit more straightforward. Just look at control as anything that is being done from one team to try and either mitigate some of the incoming damage or mitigate some of the opponent's logistics, anything like that. That is like I said, kind of the basket term for all of those things.
Yeah, and generally when we see a kind of like a kiting team, oftentimes they will try and do things, as Theron had mentioned during the match, of bringing some control with them, limit some locks with something like a carries. But man, those ships are very hard to pilot and very susceptible to damage early on, especially when you have to lock them early in the match, move your ship. It's just giga stressful.
Somebody in chat mentioned real quick, I know while we have just a couple seconds left here, the difference between potential damage and actual damage. Potential damage is always what your fitting window says you are doing. What is the maximum amount of damage you can do with the weapons that you have fit? Your actual damage is how much is being actually applied to the enemy ship after you've taken their resistances, their signature bloom, anything like that. That is the difference between those two things.
How good you are at shooting the target.
Yeah, you got to. Hey, listen, if you shoot good, that could be a big old red bar. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. Alliance 120, easy stuff. All right, so post-pod clarity we'll see. Sedition we'll see later on today, actually. But up next, we have Brave Collective versus Unspoken Alliance. We also have the bans in for that team. Brave have banned out the Balgorn and Vigil fleet issue. They don't want any long-range webs, at least on those platforms. And Unspoken Alliance have taken out the Orthrus and the Maulus. Any predictions on what the Brave team might be thinking here, Allie?
So we saw a Balgorn control setup from Unspoken previously in this feeder tournament. So Brave might be looking at that control setup and saying, sure, you can bring control, but you can't bring the long range webs, the long range newts, the overall Balgorn package. The Vigil fleet, it's a good ship. It's a substitute for a Hyena potentially, a little bit fewer points, potentially more flexibility. Might be looking at just trying to hamper like an Octo or whatever. Meanwhile, on the Unspoken side, Orthrus, Maulus, please don't kite us. That's really all that says. Just please don't kite us.
Yeah, that Balgorn, it feels like a very targeted ban. We saw a really cool setup yesterday with the Balgorn along with two Abaddons in like this very durable control setup. And we have also seen the Navy Torp Raven, 100% win rate, by the way. facing off against that like double abandoned core. Excuse me, Jotun. When you see these bands, does it like if you were fielding a team, does this like encourage you to take one setup over another?
Honestly, I don't give a shit about bands. I will tell you one thing that's very important. These two teams have great alliance logos. I mean, Brave all-time classic logo, no question. That is so it looks so good on so many things. And this Unspoken logo with the very good black and red, incredible. You don't know this, but good alliance logos increase your DPS by like 5%. So think about that next time. All you non-alliance logo havers, think about it.
That is true. In fact, the art team over here at CCP loves the Brave logo so much, especially on the Atron. They throw it on everything internally.
They really do.
Anytime they can. All right, but yeah, this is a pretty huge matchup for both of these teams. Can't wait to see what happens. We're going to throw it over to Theronth and Nova over in the arena to see who is going to win between Brave Collective and Unspoken Alliance.
Hello and welcome back to the Redemption Port, with the weary sailors that didn't win both their games in a Group B. Nova, what do we have here on the grid? I think we have some pretty aggressive match in front of us.
Yeah, Brave Collective are showing up. Hamrush once again. Pair of Nighthawks, Claymore, Loki. They're not incentivized by any tiebreakers left. There are no tiebreakers math factoring into their decision to bring this rush. They're bringing it because they think it's the best option for them. What do we have from Unspoken?
On the Unspoken, double Abaddon, Armageddon Navy. So those battleships, crucially, behind a wall of screen. We have a Nurgle, we have Heretic, we have a Vengeance. Everything there ready to intercept those boats just trying to get in and get on top of those battleships and eliminate them.
Yeah, we see that a lot of the bulk of the DPS from the Brave team warped in at 0, which has been rather often seen from these rush comps. But critically, this Vengeance Nurgle, those are not going to die quickly to hams whatsoever. They're warped in right on top of them. So with the match getting underway, I have a feeling we're going to see things strung, locked down and sort of strung out. They're not going to be able to apply full DPS onto any critical targets, at least right away.
No, absolutely not. Hams for the Rush God and Squalls for the Squall Throne. The Squall of Cain Carnifex is being the primary on the side of Unspoken Alliance. He's tanking, but they are trading Heretic for it. So that's one less destroyer to be tackling, preventing those ham boats to get on top of the backline of Unspoken. Now they are primarying a Nurgle. However, Nurgle is significantly more difficult to kill than a destroyer. He's got ADC. Maybe he has already popped it because now he's actually taking significant damage, half armor. Nighthawk of Ensign Leon is taking damage on the Brave side. I don't know if that's the best call. Actually, if the Squall of Cain was tanking comfortably, then Nighthawk is surely going to tank as well. And though that screening wing on side of the Unspoken is just going to get thinner and thinner over time.
I love what the Nurgle pilot did here from the Unspoken Alliance team. He essentially baited the Brave Collective team to put everything into him there. He was showing that he was dropping into hull before popping his assault damage control there. And you can see he's back up to full. Meanwhile, Braver heading onto this Deacon now of the Unpredictable Fist, and he's gone right away.
And with snappy.
Yeah. That was a super quick changeover from the Nurgle to the Deacon, and they've locked down the second one as well.
Yeah, now it's going to be significantly more difficult to first of all tank and also stop those guys from just running away. And Nighthawks and in Squalls, one of the things that you can just do when you're being primaried by those conflag shooting Abaddons is just burn away, and maybe then your Logi is going to pick you up over time. The Nurgle is now going to probably head down to Valhalla. Yeah, he's gone. What the Brave team is doing is putting a cloud of drones on top of this Deacon, so he's going to eventually die, even if they lose Ensign, who's, unfortunately he goes down. They can now go to town working on Jason Flamerad in an Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, that Nighthawk did go down, but it took a good while for Unspoken to be able to actually kill him off. And in the meanwhile, as you mentioned, massive cloud of red drones went over to that Deacon. of Terhi. Some blue drones there as well. Those are armor maintenance bots. They're trying to rep him up a little bit, which is why we still see some reps going off onto him despite his other deacon being dead. But he's entering Hull here. They're looking to trade back onto a Squall, but there's some split damage between the Navy Armageddon and the Deacon, but I don't think the Deacon's going to last for much longer. If he dies, that's most of their reps just gone. It looks like they're only going to be trading it for a Squall here.
And it's a trade I want to take any day, because now this Armageddon, only thing that he has to rely on is his buffer, as high as it might be. There is still an Osprey on the side of Brave team. A Caracal of Liana is getting the primary, so he probably is going to actually die pretty soon. Tech 1 resistance on this poor old sub, but at the same time, Jason is going to hit a structure anytime soon, and after that, that's going to be a significant amount of DPS off the field. At the same time, also as the Newts, who could be useful to actually turn off the hardness of the Brave team.
Yeah, the Caracal, a nice target call there. It should be a lot easier for a Caracal to go down in comparison to another one of these Nighthawks. But this trade, it's looking really rough. The Navy Armageddon of Jason has gone down. And with that, it's going to be sort of an uphill battle here for them to come back into this. I wonder. Yeah, the Pontifex has also died here from Unspoken. Braver taking a decisive lead.
You know, it's taking so long just to eat through those squalls that have been tanking like heroes for the longest time. Brave also doing a very good call, targeting the links for the Unspoken side, so that those Abaddons, maybe if they haven't bursted in a while, the Magus and the Ponti, they will drop the buff effect, so the harden, like the resistances are going to drop down, the armor buff is going to be lower, so it will be even faster for Brave to snowball. However, now they are shooting the Osprey on the Brave side, trying to force him off, potentially maybe kill. I think that his play is just to just burn away right now and try to stall for as much time as possible, as Robin is actually already in an Abaddon taking significant damage.
Yeah, this Vengeance of Orange has been on top of that Osprey. He's locked down, there were drones on him, and he dies pretty quickly. But as you mentioned, yeah, this Abaddon, well, one, he's going nowhere. It's an Abaddon, he's not going anywhere anyway. But he's taking a good amount of damage, still paints on grid from the Bellicose. Nighthawk Claymore Loki is plenty damage to finish off an Abaddon. It's looking like a really strong rush setup. I didn't quite expect to see as many of these rushes today, at least in compared to the past few days, given the lack of tiebreak math factoring into the decision to bring such an aggressive setup. But are you expecting to see more of these in these redemption matches, Theronth?
Absolutely. It's just, I believe it's just one of those very popular compositions that you are, first of all, happy to show, because everybody has seen it already for like many times over this and the past weekend. And it's pretty efficient, right? Hard to ban, so it's one of those skill checks for the theory crafters. You have to make sure that any comp that you are fielding is able to somewhat fight a ham rush or mid rush, for that matter. And I think that Unspoken did actually a pretty decent on paper thing, because they brought enough of the screen to stall and slow them down. However, they just didn't kill quickly enough. And you cannot hold off 7 or 6 DPS ships just bearing down on top of you indefinitely. Like sooner or later, something's going to happen and your tackle will drop, especially if you don't have any ECM or other form of control.
This is one of these situations as well where you often expect heavy assault missiles to not apply so well onto these small ships, but we saw things like the Heretic going down so quickly, despite having, taken a couple targets and strung them out a little bit from the Brave Collective team to start things off. Bellicose really helping the application there. Loki's being able to web things down as well. It's, I think, some good target calling right off the bat to choose the Heretic over the Nurgle and Vengeance, preventing one more thing from locking them down a little bit longer. The Abaddon of Elias finally does die. And Vengeance is not going to be able to trade back onto a Nighthawk.
He did a good job of catching that Osprey with his pants down so that Unspoken could take him down. It was too little too late. And with this, Brave is advancing further. And congratulations on the win. And see you at the studio, guys.
All right, Brave Collective with the Ham Rush setup, looking really convincing over Unspoken Alliances. A BANE like control comp that it looks like they did have that Balgorn banned out, but the Get Navy issue also does a ton of damage and has a lot of useful roles in that comp. Um, Excuse me, Jotun, can you break down the comp that Unspoken Alliance brought? We saw it a couple times yesterday with the Abaddons.
Yeah, these triple battleship comps are always very interesting because you kind of have two different variations of them. You have the the kind of rapid heavy. Oftentimes you see typhoons or ravens or of some variety in there. Occasionally you'll see something saucy like a golem, and then of course you have the gun variant as well, which we saw here today with the Ged Navy and the two Abaddons. Great against battleship comps. Great against battleship comps. They have a lot of damage, a lot of upfront damage, a ton of EHP. Somebody in chat commented midway through that last match how big the Unspoken defense bar was, and it's truly just because the Abaddons have truly so much EHP. They are absolutely bricks. They are not fast, but they are very, very thick. That being said, they are suffer from a lot of things. One, they need a lot of support because they are using battleship guns. It's not a medium gun that set up where you can track everything that moves. So that you do have to worry about your guns tracking. A lot of times they can be cap intensive, so they could suffer from cap pressure, which they didn't really see a whole lot of here, but that is a concern. And they're points heavy. I mean, you're putting a ton of points into 3 different battleships, and that limits kind of what you can do on your back end. Now, I don't hate their comp necessarily, but against a rush comp where the goal is just to punch you in the mouth, it didn't quite work out.
All right. In terms of strategy, Ali, you were noticing that the Brave comp, when they're going up against Unspoken Alliance's team, they really went for the support stuff first, the light support stuff. Can you tell me about like the strategy involved in that?
Yeah, so in a rush versus control meta, you really need to take out the support first because, as you were just talking about, the Abaddons, they have a huge amount of tank. If you shot the Abaddons first, there's no way you would be able to execute the DPS trades that you do in a rush versus rush or rush versus octo type of matchup. Instead, you have to take out the ships that are going to, well, control you. They're going to prevent you from executing on that game plan. Like the casters were talking about when Brave warped in, the Heretic, the Nurgle, all of those were threatening to lock down the Brave DPS so that the rest of the core for Unspoken could just go safely shoot in the arena, spread out, no problems, and Brave would just die while slowly boating from ship to ship to ship. If you don't want that to happen, you have to shoot those ships first. Brave recognized that, and it got them the W.
Nice. One thing or a couple things stood out in this match to me, at least, and one of them was the warp-ins. Ali, you touched on it a little bit, but we saw some of the Brave DPS warp in at 0 in the Nighthawks, and Unspoken Alliance. It seemed like they had the answer to it by pitting them down early. Seems to be Jotun. When you're kind of bringing a team that wants to be like very aggressive to apply damage like that, what do you warp in at? Like we've seen teams warp in at 0, we've seen teams warp in at 50. Do you have any preference yourself?
The warping at 0 is always kind of the safe bet, right? Because warping in at 0 on average gets you the most close on average. That's not always going to be true. And we've talked before about like Pythagorean theorem and how, triangles do this and then people can be on 2 different parts of the triangle, and depending on where the angle is, you understand how math works. But that's a risk. If you come in at 30 and the other guys come in at 30 on the opposite angle from the other direction, now you're 60 apart. Whereas if you just warped to 0, you'd be 30 away from them, right? So it's a safer bet to do it that way. In general, in the past, when I have in all the matches that I've lost during the AT, which have been all of them, whenever we ran rush setups, we always went to 0, just because it's brain dead and you could just kind of full send from there. But is that the best option? I don't know. There are people who've been doing this a lot longer than I have, and we're going to see a lot more of those matches today and in the tournament final. And we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on where those teams warp in and then we can use our skills of deduction to figure out what the best plan is.
So first time today that we actually saw a Tech 1 logistics cruiser. We've been seeing a lot of logistics frigates, Tech 1 and Tech 2, logistics cruisers, the Scimitar we see a lot. But today we saw an Osprey piloted by Shavala on the Brave side, and really stayed alive an awful long time in the face of BANEs just firing
wild.
right
Actually,
into an EM wall, right?
Actually wild.
Ali, when you're in that situation as a logistics pilot, what's going through your mind as you land on grid and you see these mega pulses potentially vying for you?
I mean, the first thing I'm going to do when I land on grid is, can their core hit me or not? We were just talking about the rapid lights versus the logistics frigates. There, the answer is yes. Here, Shavala the Osprey pilot warped in fairly far back, and she stayed far away from the rest of the team for a lot of the matchup, only coming in as close as she needed to do the reps. One of the advantages of the logistics cruisers over frigates, Tech 1 as well, is you can rep from a little bit further back. You have a little bit more room to work. Tech 1 logistics cruisers, they're a nice points midpoint between your Scimitar, very expensive, and your bursts and bantams, the budget carrots and celery.
All right. Well, we are not done with Unspoken Alliance. We'll see them later on today, where they can potentially make it all the way through to Alliance 120. Brave Collective, we'll be seeing them, though. Love to see the Brave team compete. They've really, they've kind of gone from a Cinderella story and sometimes to just a team you expect to be the Alliance tournament and do very well. They do feel like they're a very strong team and not one that you can take lightly. So yes, as you can see, Unspoken Alliance will actually have to face off against Sedition. Oh my God, that'll be a really tough match for both teams. It's so hard to be able to figure out who's going to play what, but we'll see them a little bit later on today. Coming up next, we have Hull Control versus Sons of BANE, and we actually have a little bit of info about Sons of BANE from their Alliance spokesperson.
Hi New Eden, this is Nova from the Sons of BANE Alliance. On behalf of our alliance, we would like to thank everyone that will be watching our matches during our 2024 Alliance Tournament campaign. The Sons of BANE are a motivated and highly organised family of corporations with members from across the globe that come together in our sovereign null home of Geminate. We regularly partake in both small and large PvP fleets, showing our enemies how to dominate on the battlefield. In addition to combat, we offer members in our family the chance to prosper through plentiful PvE and industrial opportunities. This year marks the Sons of BANE's second year partaking in the Alliance tournament. However, some of our team members have partaken in the competition in the past with other alliances with great success. Our team for the 2024 Alliance Tournament are highly experienced, having played EVE on average for 12 to 15 years, and includes 8 of our Alliance fleet commanders. The Sons of BANE team captain this year is J.A. Aloysius, who brings his wealth of knowledge and aggressive tactics to the arena, and he will be leading us to victory if all goes to plan. And to our opponents, we'll see you out there.
All right. Thank you, Nova, for telling us a little bit about Sons of BANE. 8 FCs on their team. Holy shit, that's a lot of FCs. Ali, when you're in the middle of a match, do you generally have one person calling all the targets, or are the teams kind of broken down into different roles a little bit?
So I've been on teams that have done it different ways. Typically, there is one person who's sort of the primary shot caller, because you need to have someone where their target is the target. The buck stops there. Of course, Alliance tournament, much like TQ small gang, everyone on the team is welcome and encouraged, and it is mandatory that they all speak up about important things going on grid. I've also played with teams that have had, back in Sound Mind, we had a specific small stuff shot caller when we were flying a lot of the triple heretic wing and stuff like that. We had one person who would just tell them where to go, and the 3 of them would go off and deliver murder to the enemy backline. It was fantastic.
All right. Well, our next match coming up, Hold Control versus Sons of Bane, Wormholders versus Geminate Livers. FDZ is a great system.
Livers? Wait, stop. Livers?
They live in Geminate?
Geminate livers.
So they're
Okay.
Geminate Livers, right? That's how that works?
Quote,
I can
CCP
speak
Swift.
English.
There you go. Pretty good.
Hold Control have banned the Loki and Nighthawk, very strong bands. Sons of Bane taking out the Blackbird and Navy Geddon. No one likes being jammed. I can definitely attest to that. But we're going to send it over to the arena where Nova and Fear will break down the match for us.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear Vana, joined by Novatera Ren, and with us we have Whole Control on the red side, who have brought Balgorn Dual ABBA control setup. What have Sons of Bane brought?
Fear. This one's looking like a brawl. Sons of Bane showing up with a Fleet, Tempest, Abaddon, Oneros, Oracle. This is going to be an armor duel here.
Kind of an armor duel. We see the attack bar from both sides a little bit larger for Sons of Bane, but that control bar from Whole Control much larger. They have the Balgorn with the bonus newts as well as those long-range webs, and a Crucifier and Mollis to control down the Sons of Bane comp, who have the Tech 2 Logistics Cruiser of the Oneros. That Mollis is going to be a pain for that Oneros to deal with unless he can be taken down by the low end of Sons of Bane. The match is now underway. We'll see how the teams decide to position, and it looks like Sons of Bane have decided to go all in off the start of the match.
Yeah, both teams warping in at pretty good range. Sons of Bane burning in towards the Whole Control team, who've immediately started by starting to kite away. They're leaving their Abaddon and Balgorn at least towards the middle of the arena. And it looks like the initial primary for Whole Control is going to be this Oracle of Ginger Ale, with those Mega Pulse Laser 2s representing a pretty big DPS target that at the same time might not have as much buffer as something like an Abaddon or Tempest Fleet. It looks as though they're also going after the Mauler, who is webbed and grappled, I believe, from this Balgorn.
Yeah, Mauler, very tanky ship for a Tech 1 cruiser, but it is still a Tech 1 cruiser, so we will say goodbye to the Mauler. Primary on the Balgorn of Jita right now from Sons of Bane. We see their attack bar, the red part of that a little bit smaller now than it was off the start of the match, as they've been strung out a bit. The Fleet Tempest right on top of the Whole Control side, but the rest of these ships, this Oracle, this Cinnable, haven't really been able to get on top and get the DPS, as that red part of the attack bar for Whole Control gets bigger and bigger.
I love seeing a Tempest Fleet issue dive directly in to start trying to apply maximum DPS to a target, but for the time being, the Balgorn of Jita is holding very well. This pair of Thalia is doing a great job keeping him up, despite just being, Tech 2 Logi frigates in comparison to the Oneros over from the Sons of Bane team. That Oneros is still damped by this Mollis, actually. It could be that he's going to struggle a little bit to rep at the right timings. We also see the Nurgle of Draenor from Sons of Bane is also tackled, and there's a lot of drones, at least, that are applying damage to him. We'll see if he can last a little bit longer than Nurgle from the previous match, but for the time being, that Nurgle is going to struggle to be able to find any critical targets to lock down. He's currently just tackling the Skybreaker back. Cinnaball of Brahim, though, is looking like he might be going down in short order.
Yeah, just a lot of damage from these Mega Pulse Laser 2s. Conflag do go burr, and the Cinnable goes down. The Snurgle still trying to take out the Skybreaker, still trying to get something of a backline axis going. The Oneros can't really rep at all, has to go in much closer than they really want to. We see the Abaddon of Shadowguard playing back right now, still trying to get damage on this Balgorn, alongside the Oracle of Ginger Ale, who is now going down and can't receive that much in the way of reps from the Oneros, as he has been neuted out by the Balgorn as well, so can't even rep even if he wasn't damped. Really, really strong showing of why the Balgorn is important for this armor control setup for Whole Control. We saw something similar in the last match, but with an Armageddon Navy, and this time Balgorn has stronger newts, does less DPS, but also has those long-range webs, and has been really effective this match as they finally lose their Skybreaker, but Jita and the Balgorn continuing to stabilize. This Tempest Fleet issue and ABBA are the only DPS left from Sons of Bane.
Yeah, the pair of Thalias and the Balgorn absolutely had their work cut out for them, trying to keep this guy up while the Tempest Fleet issue is sitting right on top of them. But they've done an excellent job of it so far. We do see the Balgorns dropping into pretty low armor, around 25%, but it's been ticking back up and back down, and it's just been a slow tug of war. In the meantime, that Balgorn's been neuting things out. Ships have been dying from the Sons of Bane team. They are trading back okay at this point, but they need more. They need to find something to kill quickly. Otherwise, I'm worried that Hull Control are just going to run away with it.
Yeah, that Mollusk and Crucifier are doing work as their Magus ends up falling. A couple of pot shots from the Abbas with that large pulse tracking as they're trying to get some damage onto table 1 in the Magus and maybe on this Crucifier of Siad, but Draenor and the Nurgle going down pretty low. Should have his ADC back up after the initial primary from earlier on in the match, so he should stay alive for a little bit longer, but even then the Aneros can't really rep him and he goes down.
The Balgorn, though, has dropped into Hull. Is there any world here where if he goes down, is the top end from Sons of Bane able to stabilize?
It's very unlikely. The Aneros is still completely and totally damped out. Very far away from the rest of the Sons of Bane core, really just staying back with this Abaddon right now. We see a dive coming in from this Pontifex onto the Aneros to try to make something happen, perhaps. Tackle the Aneros down and get the Abbas to be able to primary because they project fairly well. The Balgorn of Jita finally falls, but JA and the Tempest Fleet issue is very low, finally receiving reps from the Aneros. But at the moment, Sons of Bane look like they're going to lose one of their DPS ships.
Yeah, that Oneros having been damped out for so long, I have a feeling that he was planning on at some point trying to burn in to save this Tempest Fleet issue. He's in very low armor now, but the Pontifex doing an excellent job from, I believe that is, Sowit Alar and the Pontifex doing an excellent job of burning in at the opportune moment to tackle down the Oneros and prevent them from helping out this Tempest Fleet issue. But yeah, that Tempest Fleet issue dropping further and further. The Sons of Bane are trading a good amount of damage back onto the Abaddon of Hump, but as you were mentioning, there's just so much EHP on these things. That's going to be a hard target to take down.
Yeah, and 1 ABBA versus 2 is not a very favorable matchup. JAL, he sees in the Tempest Fleet issue, now into low hull, getting some damage back from the Aneros, but it will be too little too late. As I say that, getting maybe some bait reps in, no, goes down, a little bit of a wrecking shot, and it's now 2 Abbas versus 1. This Crucifier finally going down potentially on the backline just to drone blobs from Sons of Bane, but they only have a Skybreaker and an Aneros and an Abba remaining alongside their Lynx Ponte, and the Skybreaker is falling in short order.
I was mentioning earlier that the Balgorn and this pair of Thalias had their work cut out for them this match. Maybe I should have been saying that about this Mollusk and Crucifier. They've been absolutely critical. Crucifier really preventing damage application from the top end of Sons of Bane for as long as possible. Mollusk making reps a miserable scenario. It's excellent job from this low end here from Hull Control.
Yeah, now they've got damage onto the Aneros. They'll take out the Abba last. As even with the damps on the Aneros, it is very difficult to punch through Aneros reps when the Aneros is on 0 on the Abba. That said, still has some cap left as the Balgorn's down, so has been injecting, trying to stay alive as long as possible using the Ansel rep. Sons of Bane, as far as this match is concerned, just trying to stay alive and make a little bit more of a fight for it as the Aneros is going down. But they aren't out of the tournament quite yet. They will go down to the Redemption Port and have to win 2 matches in order to make it into the AT proper. And conversely, Hull Control make it into the AT under the leadership of, obviously, Jita and Table 1, who came over from Tuskers last year. So good news for them. They'll be making it as the AT, representing wormhole groups as a whole.
I see a couple questions in the chat about, for example, why the Abaddons from Hull Control seem to cost 1 point more than the Abaddon of Shadowguard from Sons of Bane. That's because when you're bringing duplicates, there is a penalty in this Alliance tournament format. So these Abaddons, they cost extra for each instance of the ship that you choose to bring. Fear, tell me a little bit more about the Abaddon. In so many cases, we've seen heavy armor ships sort of trying to rush in to apply newts and such to the enemy team. Why is it that ships like the Abaddon, we've often just seen them sitting, if not moving at 200, 300 meters a second? Why is it we've often just seen them sitting, not moving whatsoever?
Large pulses project very well, right? So you have the ability to reach almost the entire grid with a short-range weapon system, depending on the ammo type, which is really, really nice. And even though the ABBA doesn't have any sort of tracking bonuses or anything like that, with tracking computers and with proper tackle from your team, you can apply to a lot of different things. On top of that, the ABBA is just really tanky and really slow. So it's going to move tanky and slow, as a lot of these armor brawl ships will do. But again, they have very strong projection, just given the nature of pulse lasers compared to something like blasters or torpedoes, right? Just has the ability to reach out to longer distances, fighting in optimals of longer distances, right? They have a relatively long optimal for short-range weapon system, compared to our ACs, which are the other kind of projection-y, large, close-range weapon system. They fight and fall off, so your optimal damage is more likely to hit in an ABBA in long-range scenarios.
Speaking of tanky and slow with this Abaddon, he's been the primary now with pretty much all ships trying to apply to him for about a minute and a half at this point. I'm just interested to see, with 10 seconds left, will he actually go down before the end of the match? I don't think so. This one's going to be taken by Hull Control, who are going to be heading to the tournament proper. Sons of Bane, they're not out. We'll be seeing them a little bit later in one of our later matches. And with that, we'll be passing it back to our analyst desks to run you through this one.
All right, we're back for the desk. CB Swift here. Hull Control taking a super dominant-looking win, using that Balgorn to really control their opponents in Sons of Bane. Took 3 battleships versus 2 battleships and an Oracle. Ali, how does that math generally work out? Are they comparable? Does the Oracle kind of play that similar role?
The Oracle is really trying to be kind of a budget battleship. It's got the guns, but it doesn't really have the tank. We've seen people bait tank Oracles in Alliance tournaments before. They're a well-known squishy ship, so you just load it up with tank, and then people will shoot it first. But of course, you load it up with tank, then you have less damage, trade-offs, blah blah blah. So it's a little bit comparable, but they're trying to get a few extra points to spend on the low end and a few extra points just to distribute throughout the comp.
All right, yeah, and we did see they did have it seemed like a beefier low end, also upgraded to the Tech 2 Logistics and the Oneros, which survived for quite some time. Seems to be Jotun. When we talk about things like the Balgorn offers a lot of new pressure. How does that affect the match as time goes on?
Well, Swift, I'll tell you. Listen, your newts up front, people won't start feeling those newts until a minute or so in, when they really start to, especially on cruises and so, because the capacity is not quite as big. As the match progresses, the more and more that you are newting something out, the more and more it's either having to burn through charges or just burn through its native capacitor anyway. And that will, I mean, you can just get sucked dry. I mean, you're not gonna get sucked dry at first, okay? At the beginning, you just like, oh, okay, it's a little tingly, it's not too bad. But give it a minute, and next thing you know, you're like, oh Lord, have mercy. Like, I'm sweating over here because of all this sucking, right? So, and listen, Hull Control. Listen, I want to say something here real quick. Hull Control. No offense to this team for Sons of Bane, they played very well. Hull Control. That's a team full of dogs. Swift. That's a team full of dogs. Those guys know that. Listen. Hull Control. They've got it figured out. And that old Jita with the sucking, expert play. Very well done. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that was definitely something. Really insightful stuff from CCB Jotun, all about dogs.
Dogs. They've got the dog in them. Swift, please continue.
Got the dog in them. Well, they also got the W in them, which is great. They'll be going on to Alliance Tournament 20, as the casters mentioned, also representing wormholers. Your people, CCB Jotun. All right, so this Sons of Bane team looked like it was having a really hard time applying some damage and getting in there. Ali, like what was kind of going on as they were trying to position themselves and apply damage to this Balgorn?
So, I mean, the control bar was the opposing team was able to leverage their control bar to do what control bars love to do, which is prevent the other team from doing what they want to do. So you've got your tackle, you've got your damps, you've got all that stuff just locking ships in place and preventing them from applying.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's why we saw Sons of Bane go so hard trying to get that Balgor down, just being pinned right outside the reach of being able to apply everything. It's got to be so frustrating. Can confirm it's very frustrating.
Very frustrating.
And it's why we saw some teams earlier today actually ban out the Balgorn just because of the role it can play. It used to be one of the most popular flagships in the Alliance tournament as well, just because don't worry, you can't do it anymore. But just because of adding extra oomph to the newts, adding extra range to the webs. Oh my goodness, so devastating in a match.
It just does so many things so well. Like it is among the best in class in both newt pressure, webs, tank, a variety of different things.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you talked about earlier, CB Odin, when the newts start a sucking, you don't feel it too hard early on, but eventually you'll get that capacitor's empty. You'll run out of cap charges, and if you've got no squalls to drop some other cap charges out for you, it can be quite annoying. One thing that's kind of interesting though is heavy newts onto the smaller logistics frigates. Not the end of the world, just because of the cycle time. You can actually inject and get some reps off. So it's kind of a little bonus for taking deacons and thalias.
I've always
Yeah.
thought. Yeah, Ali, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, as you say, you can inject through them. The downside to the Deacon and Thalia is you gotta get right up next to the newts in order to rep your target. There's no way you can be applying effective reps while also being outside of heavy newt optimal, which does lead to the capacitor is empty just over and over and over again in the headphones.
It's haunting. It is absolutely haunting. Think of it if you're not sure, if you've never done in this format before. Think of the match like a race, and if you're running through this race, you're going to get tired throughout the race, but you can end it with some stamina. Now imagine they just start stacking toddlers on your shoulders throughout the race. That's what newts are like.
I totally understand exactly what that's like, having
Yep.
run many marathons with toddlers on my shoulders. But hold control on Sons of Bane. We'll see them later today. It'll be great. Up next, however, we have Intergalactic Space Hobos and Slow Children at Play. We've got some really cool bands here, actually. Both teams banned the Loki, so they got the additional ban. Intergalactic Space Hobos taking out the Loki, Orthrus, and Nighthawk. Slow Children at Play taking out the Loki, Sleipnir, and a Cyclone Fleet issue as well. So a lot of these battlecruiser hulls that we've been seeing quite a lot of, no longer contenders. Ali, any predictions for what match or what setup these teams might be bringing or might be afraid of?
I mean, this is really a who's who of some of the best shield setups, and in particular, best shield missile setups we've seen. So whatever they bring, I don't think it's going to be missiles. We might be seeing a Octo Mirror again, or someone might show up with another control setup. Who knows? Maybe there'll be another Balgorn on grid.
Very cool. And CCB Yoden, we've got only a couple seconds before going over to the arena. Any predictions from you?
I would love to see that. I can't remember. I think it was Vidra Renan years ago. The one, like the Widow setup plus a ton of control in the back end. Fear Vinyl will kick me for not knowing the name of this off the top of my head. Seeing something like that in this, there we go. Yeah, that would be great.
All right. Well, we are going to send it over to Nova and Fear in the arena to break down this match between Intergalactic Space Hobos and Slow Children at Play.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined once again by Fear Vina, bringing you this match between Intergalactic Space Hobos and Slow Children at Play. Intergalactic Space Hobos bringing a comp with a Kronos at the top end. Navy Armageddon, who's ready to do some sucking. Proteus, Augurer, Ashimu. What are we seeing from Slow?
They have brought. It's not really a pseudo dad because they have 2 blackbirds and a curse. It's like a control dad. It's like a controlling stepfather.
This one is so interesting.
One.
So interesting right off the bat. I do not believe we've seen a Kronos thus far in the Alliance tournament this year, at least. Proteus, also interesting choice. I know we were talking about that a little bit yesterday, as we saw it took a couple bans at one point or another. But yeah, the choice here, bringing this ECM Blackbird setup. These are armor Blackbirds as they are set up currently. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting here as the countdown does get underway.
Well, importantly for slow children at play, Intergalactic Space Hobos have relatively close range ships with the Armageddon Navy and Kronos, having brought pulses and blasters. But Armageddon Navy issue, pulses, as we discussed last match, have decent projection, and Kronos has that range bonus that all the Marauders get. So those blasters can be pretty difficult to deal with. On top of the fact that the Kronos, if it's MJD fit, can MJD around the arena once every 60 seconds or so. And that makes them very fast and very maneuverable if they aren't scrammed down. We see some damage going into the Mauler of Billy Bub off the start of the match, as it looks like slow children at play have decided to kite away, and Intergalactic Space Hobos are burning in.
Yeah, Slow can't really risk getting this battleship core of Intergalactic Space Hobos on top of them. They need to keep away for the time being. I'm really wondering if both of these teams, with the bans at least going the directions they have been, if they were both trying to sort of metagame against that Octodad max threat comp. Yeah, Slow with that hedge towards, like ECM Dad. Interesting. But yeah, for the time being, we're just watching these Blackbirds jam out. I mean, good chunk of the team from Space Hobos. It's going to be a while before Space Hobos are able to put any damage back into the slow children at play side. Curse also doing an excellent job. Hyena, they're just keeping everything, damped out, tracking disrupted, jammed. It's crazy the amount of electronic warfare that's going on to the team of Space Hobos.
Yeah, you can see how large that control bar is. And on top of that, right, they've got that tracking disruption from the Curse on the Kronos and the Navigeddon. So their projection is cut quite significantly. They have an Ashimu for long-range webs to try to get on top of the slow children at play side, but they're just plinking at small stuff at the moment from Intergalactic Space Hobos. Got some damage on this Magus of Dice Verpo at the time being, but at the same time, weapon rinding onto the Kronos. They're trying to keep that Kronos at bay for the time being with this Hyena.
Interestingly, Slow are turning this very much into sort of a kite that they have to continuously do, and they just ran into the classic kite scenario where they pulled back enough, but then they had to start making a turn. The Astarte of Augustus and Blackbird of Recheck a little bit slower than the rest of the team to make that turn, and I'm wondering here if the Space Hobos, Armageddon Navy specifically, and potentially Proteus are going to be able to catch one of them for it. We still seeing not too much damage coming onto the slow children at play team. But their damage is also slowing down. They weren't able to kill that Magus despite shooting him for a good while there, or trying to. They're trying to apply some damage into the Mauler, Punisher, and the rest of the low end, but everything is nicely topped up by this Augurer.
Yeah, we see this turn is a little bit dicey. The Astarte of Kira actually kind of burning a bit back in towards the rest of the Intergalactic Space Hobos squad while staying out ahead, just trying to keep that transversal up. Some damage going on this Blackbird as well as onto Kriatnos in the Punisher, finally going down into structure and falling for first blood. Slow children at play, taking it about 3 minutes into the match. And they've got some more damage onto the Mauler and maybe this Ashimu now.
Yeah,
the
Slower
Blackbird
now.
is webbed and tackled.
Exactly. So it does seem that Blackbird of Recheck that I was mentioning before is the first thing to get caught by the Space Hobos team. They did kill the Punisher. They're trying to spread some damage around the rest of the low end of Space Hobos for the time being. Just trying to tax sort of the attention span of this Augurer more than anything else to catch something in the nick of time. It looks like the Ashimu of Amunde is going to be the main target there. He's dropping really low into armor. Meanwhile, this Augurer is also taking a few shots at least, so I'm wondering if they're trying to sort of spook him and not notice that this Ashimu might just die.
Yeah, I mean, this Ashamu is pretty low right now. Recheck and the Blackbird actually staying alive pretty effectively due to his friend and the Blackbird, as well as this curse, taking the damage off of him quite significantly. Even with the Tech 1 Logi frigates of the Inquisitors, Recheck has been fairly consistently alive and not getting nuked nearly as fast as you'd expect for a comp that is Kronos and a Navy Armageddon. Meanwhile, some pot shots are being put into the Inquisitor of Loki, but as we mentioned that when Eileen gets jams, this Blackbird's going to be able to stabilize a bit longer, but the jams didn't land and Recheck goes down.
Yeah, so Space Hobos do take their first victim in that Blackbird, and it's been an excellent job from this Augurer of Alt F4 so far. He has kept the Ashamu up successfully. It looks like Slow are now trying to put their damage into the Mauler of Billy Bulb. If the Augurer is able to transition those reps in time over to him, he might stay alive here, but he's pretty well locked down at the given moment. Massive clouds of drones on top of him as well.
And we see the armor rep bots coming out towards that Mauler as well. Very tanky Tech 1 cruiser, as we like to mention. Very popular for that reason. It's very tanky and can do DPS where you can fit it full newt as a tackle and screen boat. Taking a look at the hard points on this Mauler, it does have guns on it, so not a full newt Mauler, which makes me a little bit sad. I love my full newt Maulers, but for the time being, the match is kind of stabilized either way. No one's really tackled from either team, but Slow Children at play. They're behind 11 points right now, and they need to make that up pretty quickly, or they're going to be running out of time. They're onto the Augur now, Alt F4, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this one, it's still just crazy how many electronic warfare effects are still going on despite having lost that one Blackbird. It is going to be a lot harder for the one remaining Blackbird to land critical jams, as they're not going to be able to really check in with one another, see what they've missed their jams on, see what they've hit. But Slow still doing an excellent job of playing keep away, at least. They have a few different ships now between Augurer, Ashamu, Magus, and Mauler, all into mid-armor, so they're really taxing both the ability of the Augurer not only to stay alive and untackled, but also just to keep reps up. Every so often, if jams do land on him, that's absolutely an opportunity for Slow to try to take down one of these other targets.
Yeah, and that's the importance of the Blackbird, right? You don't have any damps on your team, no Lachesis, no Celestis, no Mollis, no carries, right? So don't have the ability to completely take an Augur out of the fight without Seabos. But at the same time, we're seeing this Proteus of Conkel start to burn in quite handily towards this Astarte, and damage is now switching onto him as he's gotten pretty close, now starting to burn back towards the rest of his team. But the DPS just, they need to kill somebody. Slow Children at play. They killed one ship 3 minutes into the match. They lost a Blackbird. They need to kill something that is the Magus or above on this comp. The Mauler won't call it in order to make this match go in their favor. And they've only got 3 minutes left now.
Yeah, Slow Children now trying to put a lot of damage back into this Proteus, who was sort of charging towards them. He's had to pull back into sort of the central area of his team now in order to stay alive there. Slow Children doing an excellent job kiting around, but as you mentioned, they need to find another kill in the next 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, 30 seconds at this point. It's going to be a little bit difficult as well, because I believe that Space Hobos have sort of recognized their win condition. Their Kronos is turning around. Everything's just sort of trying to ball up from here.
Yeah, but you know what's balling up right now? Slow Children at play on the MJD. We'll see if they decide to make an MJD play for this, maybe get into better optimal ranges. But it is always a little bit dicey, especially with these teams that are new to the tournament. We see them starting to burn in off the MJD right now. I don't know if the MJD effects are spooling.
They're activated. They're activated.
They've activated the MJD beacon, so they'll try to get in. We see the Inquisitor come in alongside the rest of them. They're a little bit disparate. And this Astarte of Kira is right in the middle of Intergalactic Space Hobos. That was a bad MJD for the Astarte, and now they've got to get their DPS trades in. Now the curse is the primary Ribon's Hiri from Slow Children at play, going down pretty low. He's been neuted out, but he still hasn't been tackled. No tackle has landed from Intergalactic Space Hobos onto Slow, and they're trying to take down this Augur now. Alt F4, low armor.
This was a beautiful micro jump play. They're putting all of their eggs in one basket here, trying to take down the Augurer, and then if they can get away from the Space Hobos team before they get too much tackle down in return, then they could take a win there. However, their Curse is tackled for it. Astarte also starting to get grappled, and he's moving very slowly. So we have a brawl now coming in for the last minute.
Yeah, they can't let this Curse die. They can't let this Astarte die. The Curse gets away from the tackle thanks to the nuke pressure. As the Astarte, now Augustus Napalm, grappled and neuted up. The Curse gets back and tackled. The Ashamu, meanwhile, Amande seems to be the primary from Slow Children at Play. 53 seconds remain in the match. Slow Children at Play currently have the lead, but this Astarte of Augustus, if it goes down, they will lose this match. They don't have a whole lot of time left. They're trying to keep Astarte up as best they can using that Curse, using this Blackbird. They've got damage onto this Ashamu now. Amande, low structure now, should be going down and finally does.
Slow are doubling down. They killed the Augurer. They're also taking down the Ashamu, and they haven't gotten any of their top-end ships that need to die in order for Space Hobos to win, at least. They haven't gotten them below half armor yet. They have, with only like 15 seconds left. This is a crazy play, and I think they might just pull it out.
It was a very dicey MJD play. Those distances didn't look particularly great, but Intergalactic Space Hobos, they just didn't have the tackle in the right places at the right time. And with that, Slow Children at Play take the gambit and end up winning the match. With that, we're going to go to a quick break and then return with the desk, so you won't want to miss that. We'll be right back after this.
Holy shit, Intergalactic Space Hobos looked like they were going to make Twitch cry with some big channel points swinging, but Slow Children at Play took the MGD gambit with 2 minutes remaining, went right into the den of death, killed an Augur, and just made it look so cool, so calm, so controlled. Amazing stuff. Ali, we're talking about kind of control comps in general. You mentioned they generally tend to lack DPS, and I think that's probably what we saw here. What happens when you lose a Blackbird, or at least half of your ECM in a match like that?
Yeah, so your Blackbirds, the way that the jams work these days isn't how it always used to work, but the way that jams work these days is if a Blackbird jams the target out, the target is then unable to lock anyone but the original Blackbird. This means that what you can do is have two Blackbirds that sort of juggle targets between each other. So one Blackbird jams out targets, the other one sitting across the arena is going to wait for the team to try to kill the first Blackbird and then jam out important targets on the other side. Once you lose one Blackbird, you can no longer juggle like that. And so the second Blackbird has a lot more to do to keep up. They're a lot less secure in their position, so it can be tough. But here they did a very good job. They had a lot of other control as well that they were able to leverage in order to bring the match to a point where they could have that stunning brawling finish. That was just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking in the last match how disruptive the newts can be, as well as tracking disruptors in general. As the match goes to time, CSB Jotun, we saw that crazy MJD play where Slow Children at Play knew that they needed some points and they needed them quick. They, used the MJD beacon, jumped right into Intergalactic Space Hobos, and people were like, "Kronos, this is your moment to shine." And then what happened?
I'll tell you what, Swift. I'm going to tell you what. It takes some real stones to make a play like that. It would have been so easy to sit back and look for an easy target. But I'll tell you what, those folks from Slow, they got some cojones. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of chutzpah going on in there. Like that's a pro gamer move. Was it perfect? It was not. It was not perfect. But it was exciting. It gets the people going. Now for the Kronos, I don't know. We were talking in the middle of that match. I don't know where any of the damage was. They didn't shoot anything. He was being tracking disrupted. That probably did not help. Certainly. But man alive, like you gotta know when you see those micro jumps start lighting up, you gotta know it is game time. And when in the moment, one of those two teams came to play, and it was Slow Children. They came with the moves. I loved it. I was shook by it, personally. I had the vapors.
I can confirm he actually did have the vapors. CSB Jotun took out a little fan, gave himself a little one of these, had the Turbo Feeder Glory Alliance logo on the fan. I don't know if that's actually legal, but so it be. But yeah, you were mentioning like as that match, as they made the MJD into the back line of Intergalactic Space Hobos, it looked like Space Hobos caught everything that they wanted. They caught the curse, but the curse looks like they just threw all the newts over to whatever was stacking Linget. Everyone spread their TDs correctly, landed the jams, got some lucky jams off, and it was just able to coast out of range. And as it coasted out, it just
they weren't able to hold anything down at all. Even the Astarte at the very end that they needed to get, and were putting damage into, was able to coast out.
Yeah, the newts. Feels like it hurts. We've all been there, newted out. Aura screaming, capacitors empty in your ear, cap charges, looking for stuff in cans and wrecks. But man, slow children in play. What a great match between those two teams. Intergalactic Space Hobos. I'm glad that they're not gone. We'll see them more later today. But we've got another great match coming up for you as well. Odin's Call coming up against Till Doomsday. Looking at the bans, Odin's Call has banned out the Eos and Crucifier. And Till Doomsday have taken out the Abaddon and Armageddon Navy issue, not wanting to deal with that core at all. Odin's Call a pretty storied team, but let's hear from their spokesperson about what their 2024 Alliance Tournament 20 squad looks like.
Maybe.
My name is Ivor Shortname, and I'm the spokesperson for Odin's Call. Odin's Call lives in wormhole space, where we use our static connection to nullsec to provoke fights with whoever we can. Chances are that if you glist in nullsec in any capacity, you've encountered us once or twice before. We're tournament veterans at this point, having played in the last 4 Alliance tournaments, as well as many smaller tournaments. I think we're not yet considered to be on the same level as powerhouses like Tuskers or Hydra, despite placing second in 1818, but we intend to keep proving that we are a team of the highest caliber. Our matches have always made for great television, with reverse tie-dye overtime slugfests, dark horse runs through redemption brackets, and some seriously close victories. Considering the amount of Twitch channel points I personally have won betting on us, I'd recommend everyone else do the same. In particular, I want to give a shout out to Odin's Call co-captain Aethel Incurra. I'm sure she is a name many of you remember from her talk about some Odin's Call tournament behind the scenes action during the last FanFest. To the other teams, we love and respect you. All of you participating in this Alliance tournament make it what it is, and hope for some exciting matches. With us as the winners, of course. See you in space.
All right. Thanks, Odin's Call. And it looks like Twitch chat listened to your pleas and a lot of points riding on this match. 1.8 million already
Wow.
on the Odin's Call side. Till Doomsday, if you want to make a lot of people very sad, just win this match. The moment is yours for this one. So going over these bans, we've only got a couple of seconds left. EOS ban. Ali, what does that tell you?
So the EOS is, I think, actually a pretty sweet ban because it's got a ton of links in the highs. It's got a ton of EHP. I think this is a smart ban that we haven't seen before.
Right on. These comps can be very annoying. The EOS we know is core to a drone comp, or at least like a sentry drone kiting comp that are just super annoying to have to deal with. So getting that out of the way and we'll see. We will see who is the victor. Can Till Doomsday pull out the spoiler, or will Odin's Call get the win? We're going to send it over to Fear and Nova to see the breakdown.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by Nova Terra Ren, and on the red side, we have Till Doomsday, who have brought Hamrush.
Odin's Call bring Nighthawk, pair of Lokis. It looks like this one could be a brawl here. Odin's Call landing with most of their comp at around 20. Till Doomsday, a little bit more strung out from around 10 kilometers all the way out to about 40.
Yeah, we look at the defense bar between the two teams, slightly more blue for Odin's Call, but till Doomsday, they have a Scimitar on their team, Tech 2 Cruiser Laundry versus Odin's Call, which have a Bantam and Burst Tech 1 Frigate Logi. So the rep's going to be a little bit stronger from till Doomsday, their attack bar a little bit lower, and their control bar a little bit higher as they have this Hyena and Bellicose. We'll see how they manage versus Odin's Call. Both these teams have been in the tournament before. They want to make their statement here and not have to go through the redemption port. But with that, the match is now underway and both teams start brawling in.
Odin's Call are burning directly into the Till Doomsday team. A few ships from Till Doomsday trying to move around towards the side, but they're also heading right into the thick of things. Drake Navy issues definitely engaging now. It looked like for a brief second that the Loki of Toastbro is indeed being webbed by the Till Doomsday team, but Odin's Call are trading back beautifully onto the Navy Drake of Ambradaglio, and he is about to die. They do trade for the Squall, but hey, that's a trade I would take any day.
Definitely. Caracal Navy issue now the target from Tilm's Doomsday, trying to take down that low side of the DPS, that high DPS per low EHP ship. Meanwhile, the Caracal of Rebel Taralin seems to be the primary from Odin's Call. Scimitar now in range, should be able to get some of these reps down. The Caracal Navy issue goes down first, but the Caracal ends up falling. So still 41-20 in favor of Odin's Call, and now it's on to Toastbrought for Till Doomsday. They want to try to take down this Loki, but the Caracal Navy issue, Uridon Hermet's very low at the moment, and the Scimitar not able to keep him up quite yet. This Loki only about 2/3 shield remaining.
Till Doomsday need to find trades here. With this Loki not dying so far, they need to find something to kill and quickly. The win condition for them is to be able to leverage the Scimitar, but with the amount of DPS that we keep seeing coming out from Odin's Call, now heading onto this Navy Caracal of Voxday, it's really hard for the Scimitar to catch in time before their ships just die off grid.
Oh, you have a Nighthawk and you're trying to shoot a Loki. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. Probably should have gone for the Cyclone Fleet issue. Would have been the more effective target in terms of getting DPS per EHP off the grid. This Loki is starting to stabilize around that natural shield regen point, even though the Scimitar can't keep up Frank Latank at all. And with that, it will only be the Nighthawk as far as DPS is concerned. Up for Till Doomsday. Odin's Call making quick work of this French squad, but I expect to see some good matches from Till Doomsday running through the redemption port.
Yeah, Odin's Call are just turning this one to a snowball at this point. Till Doomsday tried to lock down, I believe it was the Bantam in addition to this Loki that they're primarying, but these are just Tech 1 Frigate Logi. They don't compare really to the Scimitar Logi from Till Doomsday, but all those points that are going into the Scimitar, Odin's Call have just put them into more DPS ships, and they're leveraging them wonderfully.
Yeah, and this is kind of... everyone's got their own different version of Shield Rush. I think Odin's Call are pretty happy with their version with the two Lokis, and they're taking out one more DPS ship and then should move on to the rest of the tackle. Till Doomsday still not out of the tournament, as we mentioned, going into the redemption port, and hopefully for them, the Sanctum. They've been in the tournament for the past couple of years, so I expect them to do well. But regardless, Odin's Call making it through the feeders and the redemption brackets once again, like they did 2 years ago when they ended up placing second overall in the AT.
Odin's Call coming out of what many were considering to be the group of death in this feeder rounds as well, with evasive maneuvering having already moved through into the Alliance tournament proper. They're going to follow joining them. This was a group where boundary experts were eliminated. It's nice to see that in a group like that, where one of these teams that everyone thought deserved to be in the Alliance tournament proper is able to secure their way into it here. Commiserations to Till Doomsday, who are not going to be able to manage that in this match, but as you mentioned, they're going to be playing later on today. Excellent piloting from Odin's Call. Well flown on this rush comp.
Yeah, well thrown on the rush comp and really good target priorities, right? Taking out, Drake Navy issue we typically think is like a very tanky Tech 1 battlecruiser, right? But sometimes you just got to shoot what's right in front of you in terms of DPS. So they went for that Drake Navy first and then go for the Caracal Navy, and it works out very well. Or the Caracal and then the Caracal Navy, and it works out very well for them. Meanwhile, I mean, till Doomsday, they went for the Squall first. We've seen some teams try to do that and have success with it. We've seen some teams try to do that, and it's not really an effective points trade. So it didn't quite work out for them in this match. We see Kit Kat and the Hyena staying about 90 kilometers away from the center of the arena, just kind of boating around in that Hyena. But Odin's Call, still, congratulations to them for making it into the main tournament.
Yeah, this Hyena we've been seeing actually over the last couple weekends now. Kit Kat has been incredible in it, piloting it, I believe, in 2 or it might actually be 3 matches now. Absolutely hero in the previous round, and I could absolutely imagine that he's going to manage to kite around for a good while here, leaving us not too much to talk about other than these beautiful graphics that we're seeing from this tournament arena. It's been set up beautifully for these redemption matches. Some of these new particle effects in the background. Congrats to the art team on that. Beautiful. But yeah, as far as this Hyena is concerned, he can't do anything to the team other than just maybe play a bit of keep away here.
Yeah, and I'd like to, while we're talking about the assets, maybe the camera will show at the end of the match. On this arena, on the south side, there's a rattlesnake that's in jail, just kind of in a bubble, staying in stasis. No idea why it's in jail. We have some theories, perhaps. There's also some Garistas graffiti on some of the stations in the general area. We'll see some of those as our camera crew loves zooming in on those between matches. But for the time being, the Hyena, 102 kilometers away from the center of the arena, just keep it going, kiting out. Not a whole lot Odin's Call can do about that for the time being. Some of the chat and local trying to say go for the boundary record on the Hyena. Some have been a little bit more encouraging. Odin's Call saying best of luck to you guys. You should win the bracket. So all good thoughts between the two teams as the Hyena continues to move around the arena. Now the drones are moving away from the Hyena. Kit Kat might be going for an MJD now, pulling in towards one of these MJD beacons.
Yeah, Odin's Call want to be done with this one. They were all encouraging this Hyena to try to go for a boundary record here. We saw medium drones flying after him for a good while there, but they just were not able to catch up to this Hyena going around 4K. I wonder if he'll go for it, but I think, also a good chance that they're just going to milk their time enjoying the arena as such. Tell me a little bit about these Rush setups using Lokis. I feel like Rush has performed a lot better in this tournament so far when they've been able to use that ship. Would you agree?
I would agree. The long-range webs are really important when you're in, not necessarily rush mirrors, but they are important in rush mirrors because they're good to keep people off of you if you're kiting back up the start. But also very important when you're up against kite or control or any of these other things where you don't really have the fastest of tackle, but the Loki's very tanky and it can get on top of things relatively effectively with the long-range webs. Some teams, we've seen in gun rush setups have taken not an Onyx, a broadsword. Some teams have taken an Onyx, kind of the same idea, getting long range tackle, but in that term it's a scram instead of a web. But Loki's, on top of having a lot of damage and having that long range web, are also among the tankiest ships in the game. Very much one of the tankiest cruisers in the game, but tankier than most battle cruisers even. Just the sheer amount of EHP that you can get in a shield Loki is insane. So very, very nice. Makes for an ineffective trade, so they don't want to kill the Lokis. And you are able to keep those webs alive just out of that particular fact for as long as possible.
I've just been sitting here enjoying the local chat. This entire team of Odin's Call encouraging Kit Kat to go for the boundary. Kit Kat replies with 2 letters, N-O, no, and that is it. They're just going to continue to kite around for as long as possible. The Loki did try to micro jump on top of them, and they do manage to land a web. I don't know if the Kit Kat...
There it is.
This Hyena is probably not going to be able to survive that now, as all of these drones that we're chasing for so long are finally starting to be able to catch up to them. but they also pull away.
No,
They
but
pull
the
away
hyena
again.
Loki screened off himself. Oh no. Oh, come on, man.
I'm just sitting here dumbfounded, having to pick up my jaw off the floor. It was such a beautiful micro jump from this Loki of Crevity, and Toastbroad also followed right behind. But nimbly, the hyena manages to escape that, and we're stuck for another 40 seconds watching him.
Man, the hyena is a very fun ship to fly. I think, obviously, in this case, it's MWD fit, but one of my favorite things to do in TQ is a Tenement hyena. You just kind of sig tank everything and then web people from long ranges away or get their paints out. Similar to how we see a lot of those Tenement Logi-Frigs in the AT.
Odin's Call are not going to be able to land again on this hyena in time to take this one. And yeah, this hyena did a great job surviving, but unfortunately not enough to take a win for their team. They needed a lot more things than just the hyena to survive. With that, that's the match. We'll be passing it back over to the analysts.
All right. Well, despite Kit Kat trying really, really hard on that one, Odin's Call able to take this Ham Rush versus Ham Rush slugfest. At the start of the match, I know people in Twitch chat were shaking in their boots with their channel points riding on the almost 2 mil to 400,000 point spread. Oh, my goodness. Just an easy 5x if Till Doomsday win on that one. Definitely worth the gambo. But it looks like Odin's Call were able to pull it out in the end. Ali, you were talking about this, at the start of the match when you saw it was almost a mirror match. The role of the logistics choice in this one.
Yeah, so Novatara Ren mentioned it during the match, but just to also expand on what he was saying, the Scimitar is a very expensive logistics ship, and the logistics frigates are very cheap logistics ships. By saving money on logistics frigates, you can spend more money on damage, and in a rush mirror, damage is the number one thing that matters. We saw in that match when they're trying to primary the Loki didn't fall. That's because they had spent all those points on the Scimitar. And the Scimitar thing is, in the rush mirror, the other team has so much damage. Your bigger reps, it doesn't matter. Just put your points into the cheap Tech 1 Logi frigates, take your 2, basically a rep bot, if we're honest. But they're very effective little rep bots going in and keeping the team alive.
Looks like Kit Kat's hyena piloting was trance. Put CCV Jotun out cold. But we're talking about Ham Rush setups. The Loki plays a hugely important role. Let's take a look at the Nighthawk, which is one of the core ships that we see in this comp. It doesn't really seem to have a crazy massive win rate on it. What can you make out of this?
Yeah, the Nighthawk is an interesting one, right? Because sorry, I passed out there for a second. I don't know, it was very strange. Yeah, the Nighthawk is strange, especially we've seen it a lot, at least in this tournament so far, where I feel like we didn't last year, not nearly as much. Although look at the numbers, not quite the usage it has been in past, and it's actually gotten worse since the last tournament because of the nerf to all missile damage, though slightly less to kinetic, but still it is just less damage. In the past, the Nighthawk was easily able to put out 1100 DPS flat with hams, but even then, the Nighthawk is so versatile. It has a lot of damage with hams. It has decent damage with heavy missiles, and can be used as a ranged platform if you need it to, and has a lot of buffer as well. The Nighthawk, I like it in these comps, and obviously these teams like it in these comps as well. But it is strange to see it used so much, considering it is objectively worse than it was this time last year.
Well, we know one of the reasons that players really gravitate towards this setup is the missile platform, and just combining it and pairing it with something like the Loki, which also has some missiles with it, and the long range webs. Missile application, you have the webs to slow down your target. Missiles do lots of damage. Don't have to worry about tracking disruptors. Guidance disruptors you still have to care about, but it just feels like you've got a few more options with that. Ali, what is your favorite type of team to bring, either against a Nighthawk comp or that utilizes the Nighthawk?
So, in terms of against the Nighthawk comp, because that's something that I expect we're going to see more of in the main tournament, I really like comps that have more range than the Nighthawk and enough mobility to get out and start moving. I think Kite can really do a good job versus these rush setups. You just got to make sure that their fast tackle is out of the way, and then you're much faster than a Nighthawk. Nighthawk, a lot of damage, not a lot of go. Uh, Similarly, we've seen the Octodad do well. Potentially control that one can be a little bit back and forth, like we saw with the Brave match. Sometimes, if the Rush team knows what they're doing, then they'll just be able to get past your control that way.
Right on. Well, oh, sorry, CZB Odin, what were you saying?
No, I just wanted to interject real quick as well. Speaking of the Nighthawk, it is so funny to me seeing the meta now revert back to Nighthawks after the Anger Game 6, the last Anger Games, where alligators were the meta for a long time. And everybody was talking about all the alligators, the heir apparent to the Nighthawk. Has not been the case. I think alligators have a losing winning percentage currently. So, not great for the old alligator. Very good for Nighthawk appreciators.
The last alligator and squall combo that we saw did win. I'm just saying.
Damn it.
Might have a losing record, but the last one is all that matters. Brings me joy when that setup wins. Tempest Kalsov, actually the team that popularized bringing the Loki and Nighthawk combo. They did incredibly well with it to the point where the point values had to be upped a little bit. The ship even had to be nerfed. But Owen's Call, we'll see them in Alliance Tournament 20 till Doomsday. They will make another team sweat in the Last Chance Hub as they kind of fight their way into Alliance Tournament 20 main event. But up next, we have No Need Loose Face versus Watch This. I'm getting the bands in right now. No Need Loose Face have lost the or have banned the Mollis and Apso. No Need Loose Face have banned the Mollis and Apso. Watch This have banned the Golem and Loki. A super interesting ban there. To me, it telegraphs a little bit like they don't want to see some sort of a Baden team in there. Or rather, they might want to take an Abaddon team on their side. They don't want like a Torb Golem against them. And shooting in a Loki when you're all EM feels insanely bad. Really curious to see what these teams are going to bring. Ali, any predictions?
I mean, I'm expecting we're going to see maybe more of the same. The Golem also, it's got long range. If you fit it with cruises, it's got long range. It's got that tinker potential in it, so maybe trying to cut that out. But no good rushes, and probably maybe some max threat here.
All right, CCB Yoden, what about you?
I agree with Ali, and I think seeing that Golem band makes me think they've seen something from No Need Loose Face about that had maybe a Golem in there, and they're trying to avoid a specific comp of theirs, because otherwise there's no reason to ban the Golem. It's just no reason for it.
All right. Well, TwitchPoint thinks Watch This are going to win. We will throw it over to Nova and Fear in the arena to see who is going to win between No Need Loose Face and Watch This.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined once again by Fear Vina. These were the two teams last week that both brought Tinker comps. CCP Swift saying yesterday, everyone hates Tinker. Watch This might have indeed decided that they agree with that with their ban on the Golem. What are we seeing from both teams entering the arena, Fear?
Field Rush from No Need Loose Face and Watch This have brought Pseudodad, Max Threat, or Medium Gun Spam, whatever you want to call it. And the Rush is warped at 0, which is not great versus Max Threat. But we'll see how they do off the start of the match. They have a Bantam and a Burst. Those are going to be very easily targeted by these medium guns. We'll see how they do. However, the medium gun spam doesn't have any control on their team except for those 90% webs from the Vigilant. So as the match starts, No Need Loose Face going to start to burn in. Watch This, going to start to burn away.
Yeah, watch this. These 3 Maulers on the low end are going to have their work cut out for them here as the entire team of Loose Face is burning in so quickly. They need to find targets to lock down relatively quickly here before they can start applying all of their damage onto one target. It looks like that one target is going to be the Navy Harbinger of Yuki Lee. Watch this, trading back onto the Navy Osprey, doing pretty well of it so far.
Yeah, but the Navy Harp worth way more points than an Osprey Navy issue. Typically in a Kite versus Shield Rush setup, the Kite would be favored if it is faster, but given these are armor ships into Shield Rush, they have to just play it smart. They need to Starburst and get away, but at the moment, their Navy Brutix is also tackled down by one of these Onyxes and webbed, so they'll lose both the Navy Harbinger and the Navy Brutix at the start of the match. They're going to try to get some damage into this Caracal Navy issue of Loktar Agar, but trading 2 cruisers for 2 battle cruisers is not the best way to start the match for Watch This.
Yeah, watch this. We're able to kill that Osprey Navy first. However, no need Loose Face really using this these pair of Onyxes that they're fielding as sort of a pseudo Loki, locking down the next targets before the first one's even dead. They did a great job of getting onto this Brutix Navy of Wasar. They're also, you can see, they're locking down the rest of the top end as well. Astardian Navy Prophecy. Watch this, trading back for another Navy Caracal, but it's low end for high end at the moment.
Yeah, and these Hicks were something we talked about in the last match when we were talking about those Lokis, right? A lot of teams want to go with the Loki because of the long-range webs and the extra tankiness, but the Hicks are less points. They do about the same amount of damage as the Loki, and of course, they still have long-range scrams, which they're using to some effect. They have the Navy Prophecy tackled down. They have the Vigilant tackled down. Neither of these Onyxes are really in any sort of trouble. They've lost one of their Logi in the Bantam, but at the moment, that's Navy Osprey, Navy Caracal, and a Bantam for a Navy Harbinger, Navy Brutix, and going to be a Prophecy Navy issue in a second as well.
I feel like just these initial ships that got targeted from the Watch This team got locked down so quickly. They were trying to burn away a little bit, I believe, but I feel like these Maulers really needed to be able to get in front of them a lot faster to try to prevent everything from the No Need Loose Face from getting on top of them. But as it stands, it's just a massive, more and more of a massive snowball.
Yeah, I mean, these Maulers obviously still going to do some DPS as they aren't full Newt Maulers, my beloved. They are, in fact, gun Maulers, but the Vigilant and the Astarte are both tackled down. The Vigilant in very low armor at the moment, as they will trade for a Drake Navy issue at the very least, but after the Vigilant goes down, they'll be onto the Astarte, and then the only DPS left will be these Tech 1 cruisers from Watch This.
Yeah, they do still have somewhat of an attack bar, though, at least. Like, both teams having relatively similar attack bars at the given moment, so they're able to trade back some. The point deficit is pretty substantial, but I'm wondering, though, if they're able to, I don't know, what could they trade onto here in order to start getting rid of some of the damage? Is it completely done for them? I'm seeing some ECM drones coming out, maybe some lucky jams?
I mean, they're trying to go on to this Nighthawk, and as we mentioned, the Claymore as well. I think going for the Claymore might be an okay thing, but like the Onyx, as tanky as it is, still the least tanky ship from the No Need Loose Face squad, and importantly, can't receive reps while it's tackling you, which doesn't really matter that much for the Bantam Gun and Tech 1 Frigate Logi regardless, but I think going for this Nighthawk, even though the resist profile is good for your boats that are all pretty much EM damage except for the Astarte, it's still the tankiest ship remaining from No Need Loose Face, and we see meanwhile their Astarte is getting absolutely melted in the meantime.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that Astarte going down. Nighthawk is, starting to enter low shield. Those are gun mallows, as you mentioned, so they still have the chance of removing a couple more ships from grid, especially given that the only Logi left over from the Loose Face team is just that burst, the Tech 1 Logi frigate. Thalia Deacon trying their best to keep this Astarte up for as long as possible, but he's in low hull at this point.
Yeah, No Need Loose Face showing just kind of another variation of Rush, but showing why the Onyx can sometimes be used in place of the Loki. And I would like to congratulate their Onyx pilots for they've always been able to find the next target before a target dies, and then swap their Hicks scrams from one to another. So they'll have multiple targets scrammed at the same time, one for each Onyx, and just kind of keep everybody in place So it's been really, really smart Onyx piloting from No Need Lose Face. So congratulations to Not Alvin and Raiden Rattlehead for their work this match.
I also can't help but wonder about these maulers in the low end from Watch This team. 12 points each because of the point penalty from fielding 3 of them. I wonder if they could have flexed in something like a Vexer to sort of take a similar role, or there's various ships that could have filled that, but then, a Mauler at 10 points, excellent ship. Not so sure about him, 3 of them at 12.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either. I think they were just trying to think, how do we get more guns in our medium gun spam comp? The old TF2 engineer problem, solve it with more gun. But either way, this time around, it didn't quite work out for them. They will be able to trade back onto this burst potentially, but these Maulers, as tanky as they are, will not amount to a whole lot when all 3 are tackled by the Shield Rush, and they'll be able to pick them apart one by one by one. No Need Lose Face. Going on to the AT proper. Watch This still has a date with the Redemption port. I believe they will be up against till Doomsday. So they're not out of this quite yet, but No Need Lose Face upsetting the Twitch chat predictions with this round.
Maulers being pretty tanky ships here, it's going to take a while for them to die, especially with their logistics ships still intact and Nathalia Deacon at the low end. You were mentioning earlier, this is a choice between Gun Mauler and Newt Mauler. Can you explain that a little further?
So Newt Mauler is a full tackle or full screen ship, right? So it's able to basically newt off any sort of small tackle or fast tackle that's trying to get on top of your stuff while being able to hold it down. Alternatively, sometimes they can go for Logi, sometimes they can do a whole lot of other things. But the reason that you do that is just because the Mauler is such a cheap and tanky ship. You can go with a full Newt Vexer as well in the same slot for the same points. But either way, it does work out pretty effectively in a lot of different comps, but less so in medium gun spam, where you need more DPS because all your ships have medium long range guns. So that's why they brought the Maulers with guns, but this time around didn't quite work out for them.
I've also been pretty amused watching for most of this match, Looseface having ECM drones out trying to jam things down. At first I was thinking, what did I miss? What did I miss? The ECM ship on grid? No, it's just been drones that have been floating about trying to jam things. I wonder if they landed any critical gems this match. In any case, they're locking down the Deacon now of Destroyer, and it's going to be pretty much impossible for him to tank much longer.
Yeah, again, just well-played rush from No Need Lose Face, and I have to compliment these Onyxes once again, doing very good work of getting their tackle from target to target to target and always having the next one lined up. This is something that we've discussed a lot on the desks about why it's so important in Rush to always have a target, always be shooting, and these Onyxes guaranteed that for the No Need Lose Face squad.
I also can't help but wonder here, like we were talking in the last match about, Tech 1 frigate Logi being so points cheap in comparison to this Tech 2 Logi. It should have played out a little bit differently here, given the, it's an entirely different comp from Watch This. It's not a rush like the Ham Rush from No Need Lose Face side. So that doesn't quite come into so much play. But at the same time, they were just caught so quickly, it ended up almost feeling like that rush versus rush battle where there is a lot of points then suddenly on the low-end logistics frigates. It's, rough one.
Bit of a rough one. Ham's not easily applying to Tenement Logi frigs, as we're seeing. They're trying to get some webs and other forms of tackle. Obviously, the Scram doesn't do a whole lot with overpropped Logi frigs, but it's nice to at least have something on them in case they're 5-man fit. But this time around, Deacon's trying to keep Seek tanking the rest of the damage. 40 seconds remaining in the match, and another match going the distance, 2 in a row. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm hanging in there.
Long ones.
I'm just at the same, they are long ones, but I'm just enjoying seeing ships like the Onyx that often fill a completely different role in Tranquility being used in a beautiful way or in an Alliance tournament. On TQ, we often see these as super tackle or people trying to lock down Titans, big fleets filled with them. But in this case, they're just leveraging that extra scram range, the sort of pseudo Loki setup. I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, and especially because the Loki was banned, so these guys definitely had this prepped and practiced. with the Onyxes in case Loki was banned. So it worked out well for them. Some chats in local were about Golem v Golem matchup, but the match is now over. No need lose face, move on. And with that, we're going to send it back to the desk after a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
We have an upset alert, at least for Twitch channel points. No need lose face. Winning that matchup over Watch This, Phantomite and the squad are going into the next bracket where they can still get it their way into Alliance Tournament 20 by just winning. But we'll definitely see no need lose face in Alliance Tournament 20. Let's actually take a look at the bracket real quick so we can see what we've got done through the day so far. As you can see, post-pod clarity, brave, hole control, slow children at play, Odin's call, and now no need loose face on into Alliance Tournament 20's main event in October. We have Bright Side of Death for Seriously Suspicious next, and then Goons versus URSA towards the end of that. And then, we'll also be watching today the next matches in the Last Chance Hub, where again, it is exactly what it sounds like. The last chance for these teams. They need to win to have a chance at getting their way into Alliance Tournament 20. But my goodness, what a crazy, crazy match. Onyx's, Ali, tell me a little bit about the role that they played there and, just how they operated.
Yeah, so the Onyx really is, we have Loki at home. It has a long scram instead of a web, so if your opponent is trying to micro warp drive, you can shut that down at about 20 kilometers. Yeah, it's not quite as long as the Loki's web, but if you could have brought a Loki, you would have. So they've got the long scram. They also have pretty decent DPS. Missile ship able to push some stuff out. We see big jump in the missile rush tournament there, but not as, unless I'm misreading that graphic from Small Things. Yeah, so great long range weapon, or great long range control options, decent damage, decent tank. Although, as mentioned, you can't tank while you are scramming something down. So sometimes there's a little bit of a balance there. These Onyx pilots, great job.
The casters mentioned it as well. Fear and Nova were talking about how it felt like the Onyx pilots were able to catch the next target exactly when they were just finishing off the last one, enabling that DPS to just seamlessly swap from one primary to the next. And it looks like, at least it seemed that Watch This, they took a really durable tackle in these Maulers. Seems to be Jotun. What were these Maulers hoping to achieve?
So the Maul is an interesting ship, right? Because it is super, super, super cheap, right? They are remarkably cheap, but it does a lot of things fairly well, right? It is fairly tanky. It does decent DPS. It can be fit to tackle. You can use it like a heavy tackle, like we often see the Vexor get used sometimes. In this case, 3 seems perhaps excessive. Ali, during the break or during the match, we were talking behind the scenes and trying to figure out if there maybe had been a better option there. And honestly, there may have been. The truth is, when you're putting these comps together, you always end up in a place where you say, okay, we have the, we know what our front end is going to be. We know what part of our back end is going to be. We have some extra space in here. What are we looking for? And in this case, what they were looking for was 3 Maulers. And I'm not going to judge them for that. I'm not critical of that decision. Do I think it was necessarily wise? It's hard to say. I'm not, an expert. I just talk on a microphone. So, yes, I mean, it was a lot of bang for the buck. Not a lot of bang, but for the buck, not bad. It's like, leftover pizza the next day. Is it good food? Not necessarily. It is food. So, it'll do the job.
Whoa, no knocking cold pizza.
Listen, I'm not. Hang on. I want to be very clear. I'm not knocking cold pizza. All right. I mean, like day after next day cold pizza. Like you open the fridge, you're like, oh, this is still in there, kind of cold pizza. And you're like, well, I guess I could eat this. It's not going to be good, but it is food.
All right. So we've got garlic, we've got basil, we've got cold pizza. This is really turning into a culinary masterpiece of Alliance Tournament 20. But I think what these Maulers are hoping to do, play to the role of heavy tackle, tackle off anything that was going to screen their DPS ships, allow them to stay at range for much longer. But that Onyx wild card, they can screen, they can tackle you without really, while also being screened. So that role kind of a little bit superfluous. But you know what? We'll see. Watch this later on in the tournament. As we mentioned, they will be going on into the last chance hub, where they'll face off and see if they can make it all the way through into Alliance 120. I got some really incredibly talented pilots on their side, so it would be a shame to wish them adieu. But you know what? The tournament is it demands sacrifice.
Hell yeah,
It
baby! Blood for the
demands
blood god. You know what I mean?
it demands perfection, and it demands DPS. All right, moving into our next match, we have Bright Side of Death versus Seriously Suspicious. B-Sod banning out let's hear it, Loki and Squall. Great match, great bands there. Seriously Suspicious taking out the Geddon and Navy Geddon, not wanting to deal with either of those platforms. Balgorn, still an option. It is very points heavy, so maybe they're very comfortable with that. Ali, any predictions with any of these bands? Does it say anything to you? Anything that you might think that these teams might be wanting to field?
Yeah, so boundary experts, that's a big fat no rush. And I mean really no rush. The Loki, best rush ship for both long range tackle, DPS, we've seen it a ton. The Squall, the Garlic, no Garlic allowed in this matchup. Meanwhile, on the other side, Armageddon Navy, both very strong battleships. If you have a battleship core, sort of more armor control type thing, of course, there are other options. You mentioned the Balgorn. There's also the Abaddons. We've seen those. So if we see one of those setups, probably expecting to see one of those different battleships. We haven't seen any Leshaks yet this tournament. Those have been fairly popular in previous years. Could be the time for a Leshak to make its appearance here. But Octo's very open. That's still a very safe bet. Kite's still open. Lots of options here.
All right, and really quickly, any predictions for this match? This is be Jotun.
Listen, this is one of those, especially now that we're in the nitty gritty. This very much is a win or go home, but also you got to win again after that too. So I love to see teams come out with something weird. I don't think we're going to see it here. I think these teams will play to their strengths. But who knows? Maybe we'll see something fun.
All right, well, we'll throw it over to Nova and Fear to break this down between Bright Side of Death and Seriously Suspicious.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Sirvana, joined by Nova Terra Ren, and on the red side, we have Bright Side of Death, who have brought medium gun spam. What have Seriously Suspicious brought?
Exactly as Ali Aras was mentioning, we do see a Leshak coming out in this Leshak ECM comp, fielding dual Blackbirds.
That's Leshak, dual Blackbirds. It's a lot of control. We see how large that control bar is compared to Bright Side of Death, but importantly, Bright Side of Death brought a Crucifier, which is a ship that can make any Leshak very unhappy very quickly. The attack bar from both these squads, not particularly large, but that Leshak does so much damage on top of the Draugr and Confessor low ends that they've got going on. They've also got a Crucifier and Maulus for low end control, and the match is now underway. We'll see how Seriously Suspicious does against Bright Side of Death. Both these teams made up of a lot of tournament vets.
This Maulus of Veridun nearly getting volleyed right off the bat. Yes, he's gone from the Seriously Suspicious side. They couldn't leverage the damps in order to get any sort of advantage there, and he's gone immediately. This Leshak is, as you mentioned, the Crucifier has him tracking disrupted for the time being. It's going to be hard for them to make use of it. The low end from Seriously Suspicious has their work cut out for them. They need to take down a Crucifier in order to sort of free that Leshak, but they've also lost their own Crucifier in addition.
Yeah, they lost their own Crucifier, and these Blackbird gems just haven't been landing, unfortunately, for Seriously Suspicious, right? So losing both those important control ships off the start of the match. We like to talk about how Medium gun spam is very good at killing small things right at the start as they're burning up speed and trying to get transversal. We saw that at the start of this match. It's working out very well for them. They've got a Vigil getting some paints out onto the important targets, and they're got damage onto Leol and the Blackbird for the time being. The Leshak, though, still burning in.
Yeah, and if that Leshak can get on top of something and lock it down, that thing will die if the Leshak can just sit there and spool for a while. So the win condition here from Seriously Suspicious is to start finding a couple priority targets and lock it down and just sit on top of it. But this Draugr is also in low armor. I don't know if he's going to catch reps in time. He's down.
That is a lot of points to spend in a destroyer. 15 for the Draugr. Of course, the command destroyer, that is Link's gone completely from Seriously Suspicious, except for their EOS. So for them, not very nice. And as well, that's a lot of damage taken off the table. The Draugr does a lot of DPS. And as we say that, their Confessor, their other low-end DPS ship, Kason and the Torment, and the Confessor just goes down pretty quickly.
This comp is just so reliant on certain things from their low end, and the comp from Bright Side of Death just does such a beautiful job of picking those things off right away before anything of theirs is able to get traded onto in return. A Leshak, we've often seen them in pairs before, and what I think is oftentimes putting, I guess, too many eggs into one basket. One does a perfectly fine job with enough support, but they're just not able to keep up any support, as Bright Side of Death are doing a great job of taking it down one by one.
Yeah, they're on to the Blackbird of NX Crew Rambo. We're seeing some gens trying to maybe get the cross jams out from Leol to get an NX Crew Rambo to get some of the reps from the Guardian, but this time around, I mean, Seriously Suspicious, it's a comp type that we haven't seen a whole lot of in very long. As we mentioned, this is the first time we've seen a Leshak, these feeders, really. So it does beg the question as to, what they were thinking. This is a team full of a lot of tournament veterans, and they've done well in previous tournaments on their various teams. So obviously they had a plan going into this match. But I'm wondering kind of what their thought process was bringing this comp when Octo was on the table.
Yeah, and they're leveraging Octo very well from the Bright Side of Death team. It does look like Seriously Suspicious did find a target there in this Navy Brutix of Kinwaru, so I believe that they're going to be able to take him down, and with that they will at least manage to score themselves some points, but too little too late, I believe.
Yeah, they're going to lose their Tormentor, Silent Luke, as well. And Kinwaru and the Brutix Navy issue actually getting some of his health back with that Deacon Thalia combo. The Crucifier keeping Leshak from getting the shots in onto Kinwaru as best as he can. And, nothing's really tackled down. This Navy Prophecy currently webbed up, but this Navy Brutix seems to be living to win at the moment as the Guardian is starting to go down.
Guardian's currently sort of sitting out in the middle of nowhere as well. He was repping Blackbird for a long time, but meanwhile the rest of the comp sort of fell apart around them. Guardian dropping into low armor now. They're about to die, and this Navy Brutix has seemingly survived. It looks like the Leshak EOS might be trying to put damage now onto potentially Navy Prophecy. No, I believe it's still on the Navy Brutix, but I don't think they're going to be able to take him down in time.
Yeah, apparently there were a lot of disconnects in that match for the side of Seriously Suspicious, so perhaps that could explain some of the issues that we were seeing, but either way, this EOS now going down very low, and it will be a clean sweep for Bright Side of Death, who make it onto the Alliance tournament.
And yeah, if there were a lot of disconnects happening, that could absolutely explain. It seemed like one Blackbird was catching all of the reps from the Guardian, and then at one point it swapped over to the Tormentor. Meanwhile, it seemed to be all the other ships that were actually the ones that were being shot at by Brightside. So, I mean, yes, Brightside absolutely leveraging the fact that, any lapse in internet connection, they're going to take down more targets for it. EOS now falling from Biggie from Seriously Suspicious. Leshak's the only thing left.
Yeah, and unfortunately for XX Yonex, won't be able to make a whole lot of work here. I mean, again, the reason I was asking about the thought process is obviously I think they've definitely scrimmed against Pseudodad. or max threat or medium gun span, whatever you want to say, with this comp in the past, and they've probably won with it. So knowing about the disconnects now, it does make a lot more sense how that match played out, but still a bit unfortunate for Seriously Suspicious that happened to them. But they will have some more chances in the last chance port later in the day. They're going to face the loser of URSA and Goonswarm Federation as, once again, Bright Side of Death making it back into the Alliance tournament for quite a few years running now.
Yeah, massive cloud of drones just chilling on this Leshak, and Leshak's not going to be able to kill anything else. I think everything that he was shooting at is now starting to pull range as well. It feels bad being on the losing side, especially with the disconnects involved. We saw that with at least one or two pilots last weekend as well. It's always rough. It can happen though, and hopefully they'll be fixing those internet problems by later today when they have to play for their tournament lives.
Yep, XX Yon XX now almost into hull, has an ancillary armor repper to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, but it's always nice to see a Leshak and a Draugr. These are kind of relics of tournaments past. Love both of these ships on TQ, but this time around they weren't able to win it. That is the end of the match, and with that we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down, so we'll be right back after this.
All right, welcome back to Alliance 120. Bright Side of Death taking a win over a very cool looking, Seriously Suspicious team that featured not only the EOS that we were talking about earlier, but a Leshak as well. My goodness, it looked like the Leshak couldn't really apply any damage onto anything. Great target calling from the B-side side, taking out some E-War very early on. Ali, it did seem early that some of the snap kills, just Logi reps weren't landing. What's it like when you're flying an armor logistics ship in the Alliance tournament?
So, one of the differences between armor and shield is that when you push the button, you get a shield rep basically instantly on your target. Whereas when you push the button for armor, you got to wait for this little thing to go around, and then finally your target gets repaired. Additionally, one of the problems that you have with cruiser Logi, the Guardian in particular, and I've been in this spot in the Guardian before, is match starts, you spam the lock on your little things, and you don't actually lock that fast. So you got to lock, and then you got to push the button, and they got to have already called out on comms like, yeah, I'm getting target painted, I'm getting shot, whatever. So you got to push the button, and by the time your rep, you're praying for the little cycle, you're going, come on, you got it, oh shit, you died.
Yeah, it is
happens
a
all the time.
hard time, especially for a ship with very little EHP. Like we saw that Mollis, E-War frigates in general, just really hard to survive early salvos from an Octodad max threat setup. Another cool ship that we saw for the first time ever in the tournament, at least, the Draugr. Excuse me, Jotun. What role does that play? It's not a ship we see very often on TQ, even.
So the Draugr is kind of interesting in a tournament setup because it's kind of a specialist in the way that a lot of the command desis often are. It has the same spooling effect that the other Triglavian ships do, not does. So it can apply a significant amount of damage for its size. However, the fact that it's a T2 Triglavian ship means it's taking a little bit longer to get to that point. And moreover, it typically has, at least traditionally, been a lot of points for what you're getting. And so the question then becomes, okay, well, you're going to get a slightly higher average DPS destroyer for what, like the cost of a booster and a half, right? So do I like it? No.
That's it. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Triglavian weapons. Also, looking at the Leshak, you were mentioning, in previous Alliance tournaments, the Leshak was hugely popular based on how much it could spool and the tracking of this thing. But you did mention that there was a change in the last since the last tournament to the Leshak's weapon system.
So here's what's interesting about the Leshak. That is, so obviously that first year, tons of people using the Leshak. It is kind of understood at this point, like the Leshak and the weaknesses of the Leshak are kind of known, right? The Leshak super susceptible to E-War of any kind. If you do anything to disrupt the laser, you effectively reset its DPS, and it's even worse now than it ever has been. CCP made a change to, still very strange to say, made a change to the Leshak a couple of months ago, where the overall spool will still now get you to the same top end damage, but it takes like the spool is slower, right? So your starting DPS is much lower, not much lower. It's significant. It's significant enough to matter. And in fights like these, where the match is over in just a couple of minutes, oftentimes, very rarely are you going to be getting up to even close to top spool. So the question then becomes, okay, do you invest those points in a Leshak where your starting damage is going to be so low with the hope that maybe you get up close to that top end damage, or do you put your points in something like a Vindicator, something like a Mega Navy, something that has, or any of the torpedo boats that will have more upfront damage right away, and it's a hard call in a lot of cases.
All right. Observer Fido gave you a huge thumbs up on that one. We were, looking at stats for the Leshak, so stream wasn't able to see that one. But yeah, the Leshak, as Observer Fido also wanted to add, has really great tracking. Entropic disintegrators in general, just really good tracking platforms.
I think the best
to,
tracking. Yeah, they're incredible.
Yeah, in incredibly good stuff. I have a feeling we will, even though the Leshak is very expensive, as you both have mentioned, I think we'll still see a little bit more of it coming on in this tournament. We will definitely be seeing more of Seriously Suspicious later today as they go on into the Last Chance Hub. I believe Fear had mentioned that they will be playing the winner of our next match between URSA and Goonswarm. Let's get some bans in here. It looks like URSA have banned out the Guardian and Deacon. Goons have taken out the Abaddon and the Loki. Ali, what do you make of these bans?
So Guardian and Deacon, both some of the better Tech 2 logistics. We've been seeing more Oneros bans. It gives you a little bit more flexibility, but the Guardian has the pure rep power in the Tech 2 logistics cruisers. Meanwhile, Abaddon, great ship, brick full of lasers, very good. And the Loki, of course, the bogeyman of the tournament. If you want to play a good rush comp, you got to have a Loki. Or maybe put some of those Onyxes back in. So what are we going to see? Probably not really strong armor control unless someone wants to bring out the Oneros reps. Probably, honestly, I expect to see some Rush or some Octo.
All right, and CZB Yoden, you got a hot tip about the match coming in. Do these bans sway you one way or another as to what we might be seeing?
I am not dissuaded in either way by these bans. I have been told that we're going to be seeing some big weird stuff in this next match. I'm looking forward. I'm not going to say where it's going to come from, but I do know it's going to be weird. At least I've been told. So here's hoping for weird for this last match of this opening section of the day. I like weird. Weird is good. Let's get some more weird.
All right. Speaking of weird, let's take a look at the brackets so far for today, because after this match, we will be going into a short break as the teams prepare to fight their way into Alliance Tournament 20. As you can see, Post-Pod Clarity started off today with a win over Sedition. We saw incredible showings by Brave, Hole Control, Slow Children at Play, Odin's Call, No Need Loose Face with the upset, Bright Side of Death just recently, and up next is URSA versus Goonswarm Federation. Goons have done remarkably well in tournaments in recent years, primarily because of, at least I attribute this, to their own tournament, the Anger Games. Ali, can you tell me a little bit about what the Anger Games is?
So the Anger Games is a tournament with a smaller number of players per team. So rather than 10 players per team, there's 7. I think that's honestly part of why the Gila Alligator comp was as strong as it was. And rather than being locked to alliances, it's just you and whatever friends you can make along the way. And so you'll see teams sometimes you'll see the same teams you see in the alliance tournament, sometimes with a clever play on their name. If you have an alliance that's full of tournament members, you can split into 2 teams. So I played on the Odin's Make-A-Wish team in Anger Games 5, which was the second Odin's Call team defeated in that tournament. We were the USTZ and AUTZ team as opposed to the EUTZ team. Unfortunately, we were officially crowned the Odin's B team in the Odin's v Odin's show match. Heartbreaker. But bunch of fun, great way to try things out. If you're someone who would love to try out playing in a tournament, keep an eye out for the next Anger Games. Try and sign up there, get some of your friends together, watch some of these Alliance tournament VODs, and you can even just take comps from the previous Anger Games and just kind of fix up the points a little bit. Theory crafting hot tip.
Yeah, there you go. And Ali, really well said. If you are interested in participating in something like an alliance tournament, but it seems a little bit outside your reach, trust me, it's not. I've won an alliance tournament before, and I am not good at EVE Online, this spaceship game. But starting with something like the Anger Games, maybe a little bit easier to get into, and a whole lot of fun as well. The competitive EVE scene is incredibly rich and vibrant. Some of the most prolific posters in EVE Online as well remain there. So it's something special. But speaking of something special, any last words before we go on to our match, CCB Jotun between URSA and Goons?
Listen, this is the best thing that we do here. I think I love these tournament games. Nothing gives me as much raw joy as seeing you guys come out and enjoy these matches. So let's keep it going. I think this is my last segment on the desk. So you guys take it easy. We'll see you at the tournament proper. And until then, fly weird. Fly more weird. Weird is good.
Weird is good, and we may potentially be seeing a pretty weird one between URSA and Goonswarm Federation. As a reminder, the winner of this match will make it directly into Alliance Tournament 20. The loser will have to go on and face Seriously Suspicious, and then another match after that to make their way in. But enough from us. Let's throw it over to our casters, Nova and Fear.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined once again by Fear Vina, bringing you this big, weird match between URSA and Goonswarm. Goonswarm bringing a pair of Vargers on their top end. What are we seeing from URSA?
It is a comp. It has 3 Corvettes, a Velator, an Ibis, and an Imperator. And in exchange, they have 3 command ships, a Lachesis, a Hugin, and an Eros. So I'm not sure what to call this, because the weapon systems are all very different, with the Absolution and the double EOS for drones. And then very nice control in Lachesis and Hugin, but you got a 1-point wonder Ibis. That Ibis gem, really important,
It's true, the Ibis being one of the ships that is ECM bonus, so it can actually fit on electronic countermeasures to jam out enemy team. We're not sure if we're going to see that in this match, however. We do see, though, Lachesis stamps are heading onto these Vargers as the match does get underway. Vargers currently just sitting there, going to try to start applying DPS to something. It looks to be the Hugin of Theodora Cleopatra first.
Yeah, and that Hugin's got paints on the Kieran of Podrick. As the match has started, this Hugin taking some reps from the Lachesis. I'd also like to point out, URSA started this match with 9 members. That is legal. You can always bring less than 10. You cannot bring more. Still 100 points on their comp, but as CCP Jotun was alluding to, this is a very weird comp from them as they continue in this match. This Hugin taking a bit of damage from various sources from Goonswarm Federation as these Vargers attempt to do what Vargers do. We'll see if they have an MJD fitted. I would love to see MJDing Marauders, and I wish we saw more of them a lot of the time. Still, this Hugin already into structure.
Yeah, it is a lot of damage that Hugin's been taking. That being said, the Hugin did make it back behind most of their team, and some of the drones are at least starting to disconnect at that point. So I think it's a good chance that the Hugin will survive a little longer. It seems though that the Lachesis might be next from Goonswarm as their next target, but for the time being, they haven't managed to kill anything. But Goonswarm's still looking strong. Their alligator is taking some damage now, but the reps are landing. They're keeping them up very nicely. Hugin dropping into low hull now, and they're gone.
Yeah, I'd like to also mention there's some ECM drones out that have been going to various things. One was on to the Kieran, now one on the Vargar and the Ibis. 1.1 trying to get those jams on the other one of the Vargars as best as they can. Still, the Hugin has gone down, and now the damage is split between the Aneros and the Lachesis, but the Aneros appears to be the primary target from Goonswarm.
It's really interesting seeing Vargars come out. I know this was a meta game that was starting to evolve, especially in Angry Games. I believe it was the team from Darkside there who were starting to leverage that a lot, who are now flying in the Alliance tournament. Not under the Goonswarm team, but as evasive maneuvering. In this case, though, this is a pretty similar comp from Goonswarm, showing up with these Vargars, leveraging an alligator. It feels very Angry Games-esque. They do take down the Velador next. Not like that's a big loss from the URSA side, but the comp is starting to fall apart bit by bit.
Oh, that Velador boundaried, actually, as the Hugin ended up falling as well. So down goes the Velador. Now there's more damage going on to this Ibis, trying to get the jam out of the comp, and down goes the Ibis. And
it's always hard to show up undermanned to a match like this, an important one, right? Where the winner would be able to go into the Alliance tournament proper. Sometimes it can happen, though, especially with these smaller groups. But props on URSA anyway for bringing what they have. It's just an interesting comp, though. It's very rare to see that many points going into force recons like this. Triple command ship on the high end. It's an interesting choice. I mean, so is the comp from Goonswarm, to be fair, but it's looking a lot better for Goons in this case. Oneros now dropping into super low armor. He's probably next to go.
Yeah, down goes the Oneros into structure. You know, URSA had brought a couple of interesting comps throughout the tournament. Obviously, in their group, they ended up winning one of those matches, and it was a bit of a long and nail-biting match. If any of you guys remember earlier on. But still, URSA, they're not out of the tournament quite yet. They're going to drop down to the last chance port to face Seriously Suspicious. And we'll see if they bring a more standard comp for that matchup, or if they continue to bring some of those weirder, memeier comps. I think there is something to be said about just going into the tournament and having fun with it, and that's the really cool thing about the Alliance tournament, right? An Alliance of any size, so long as you've got 10 people who can show up and practice consistently and show up for any sort of tournament matches, you can join the Alliance tournament and you can have fun flying in the Alliance tournament. You don't need a whole lot of TQ experience to do that, and it definitely is something that a lot of pilots really enjoy and spend a lot of time doing on their own. So well played to URSA for showing up and bringing something a bit more fun.
Yeah, the EOS of Rafiki did drop there. These Vargars are just having the time of their lives fragging at this point. Now, Fear, tell me a little bit about the choice of bringing a Vargar. We've seen a few teams actually bring ships based on a similar hull, the Tempest hull, at least in the Tempest fleet issue in previous matches. What's the difference between that and the Vargar?
Well, the Vargar is a Marauder, which means out of tournaments, it can fit a Bastion module, which will effectively double the rate of fire for any given ship, and then also make it significantly tankier and have more advantage to local rep bonus. But you can't fit a Bastion module in the Alliance tournament, so instead these are just tankier versions of a Tempest fleet issue that also get a bonus to the MJD. Micro jump drives end up getting an extra a bonus to wear on a Marauder. You can MJD every 60 seconds. So having an MJD is equivalent to going about 1,666 meters per second around the arena, just all at once a minute. So something that a lot of pilots really find fun about Marauders on TQ, but can be useful in a tournament setup as well. And that's why we saw it be used as much as it was in the Anger Games.
Yeah, the alligator also took off in popularity during Anger Games. The one in this match, at least, Dirk doing an excellent job taking down targets while also sort of microing those drones around to get on to the next target. Absolution, I believe that was, also just fell. Only thing left is this Force Recon of the Lachesis.
Yeah, and down the Lachesis will go. So Goonswarm making it into the tournament proper once again. They will be back in October for the main dance, but first, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down, and then we'll take another break after that to bring us into the last chance ports. So we'll be right back after this.
Goonswarm Federation into Alliance Tournament 20. Your ears do not deceive you. They made it. They're an Alliance Tournament team for real. Of course, every team competing in the feeders is a real Alliance Tournament team as well. URSA taking a very funky setup. Goonswarm making use of that with another kind of funky setup. We haven't really seen Vargers before. Ali, why don't you tell us a little bit about kind of the comp that the Goonswarm team fielded?
Yeah, so this comp takes advantage of the Varger's very good range. The Varger has absurd range with autocannons, even when you don't have your Bastion module, which is, of course, illegal in the Alliance tournament. And really just built around that to project damage out around the arena. It's in some ways a shield-ish version of like these Abaddon comps that we've been seeing, with the Vargers playing the role of the Abaddons there.
Right on. And we can see Lions Tournament use of the Varger. Man, that was really huge in Lions Tournament 10 when Hun Reloaded used that setup to perfection, coming second over Verge of Collapse, winning a bunch of Cambions in that one. Haven't seen them in quite some time. Kind of cool to see them around. Definitely something that pilots, if they float on TQ, will have seen quite a bit. We're also looking at the URSA setup. Undermanned had some weird ships in corvettes. Ibis actually, I think, has a winning rate, a positive win rate in the Alliance tournament. But Ali, what's it like fielding a team when you're like an Alliance tournament first timer?
So the first time you show up to the Alliance tournament, it's a little bit, I think the first time people do it, they don't recognize exactly how much time it is out of your day and out of your week and out of your weekend. And you have to tell all of your friends that no, I can't go out on weekends because literally every single Saturday, Sunday, for 3 months, 2 p.m., I'm going to be sat at home playing nerdy internet spaceship games with my friends. And I would not trade that for the world. It's very fun. Great experience. I love tournaments, but it does start to drag a little bit after a while. And so a lot of teams, I've been here with my team, I've been there personally. A lot of teams will start to see a little bit of a numbers drop off, and especially in this type of scenario where you lost your first couple matches, you're sure you're going on to the redemption. Maybe you're kind of just down on yourself. You don't really want to cancel plans. You're looking forward to, man, maybe I could go out to a bar. Maybe I could go touch some grass. No, I'm not going to show up to that. Sorry, I got a thing. And if too many people got a thing all at once, all of a sudden you're looking at 9 players on grid, and that's it's easier than dual boxing. Dual boxing in the AT very hard. Would not recommend it, but it happens. This is why we have the Merc system. You can try to bring on some Mercs to get past it. Even with that, again, I do encourage people give tournaments a shot. It's a good time.
Yep. Also, there was a few teams back in the day when there was like the teams are incredibly competitive now. Wasn't always the case. I do recall a team called the Cube, where he would just multi-box all of his ships, generally battleships, on the team, and just try and like 4-box in an alliance tournament setting. Really stressful stuff. But either way, Goons advanced to Alliance 120. Wowzers, love to hear it. We're going to go on a short break while the teams prepare, get a little bit of food in them, and just get ready to have a beautiful death in the tournament arena. For myself, I'm CCP Swift, Ali, CCP Yoden, Observer Fido, Leggy Bro. Thank you so much, and we'll be back with you in just a short while. All right, welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20. I am CCP Swift. We've got a new panel here for you. We've got Theronth and Wingnut. How you both doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little
So much
tired,
excitement. So much excitement. I can feel it. It's palpable. We've also got Chilling Laz. He's just taking just a little nap. He's had a rough day, but he's happy celebrating that Goonswarm are in Alliance Tournament 20.
Laz has to be careful. That's a blue sun. Maybe there's going to be a Triglaive in Helvesta next to it. Maybe he'll wake up in Poshvin.
Stranger things have happened. But we crack on. We're now into the phase of Alliance Tournament 20 feeders, or at least for day 4 feeders, where these teams they've lost their earlier matches, so they've got to compete again. They have to win the next 2 in a row. We have to get 6 teams out of the next set. So Sedition and Unspoken Alliance, the loser is eliminated. The winner lives to see another day, metaphorically speaking, of course, because another day is just later on today. Looking like the bans in, we've got Sedition have banned the Sleipnir and Abaddon. Unspoken Alliance have banned the Orthrus and Crucifier. Theronth, what do you make of these bans?
Well, Unspoken, again, they don't want to be using the Crucifier themselves, but at the same time, so it's like we don't want to see you kite, but at the same time, they also ban Orpheus, so they just want to make sure that there's going to be no kiting allowed, not at least with light missiles on the grid. And on the other side, Sedition banning Sleipnir and Abaddon. It's curious because usually when you feel the Abaddon, this is when you want to ban Sleipnir, those high minimum attack to EM resists. So I'm a little bit puzzled, but maybe they're cooking something exquisite over there.
Definitely. I do know the Sedition team can cook. Really have been a joy to watch this tournament. They've been having a blast. We were talking to their captain earlier today and yesterday. They just wanted to get in, wanted to get some W's under their belt, get the experience. Really happy to see it. Wingnut, we've seen a lot of ham rush earlier today. Do you think that's going to start changing in this part of the meta where, these teams are out for good if they lose?
I'm not entirely sure. For some teams, I do expect to see ham rush and, let's be nice, somewhat basic comps because they just don't want to show their hand too much or they don't have much. But we saw a little bit yesterday where we slowly transitioned towards drone control and even a few HML kites. So there might be a slow trend towards control like there tends to be in tournaments, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen tomorrow or in like a month and a half's time.
All right. Well, there is no tomorrow for these teams.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Today is tomorrow.
I meant today. Yeah, my bad.
First.
Wow, that sounded a little bit ominous there for a moment.
There is no tomorrow for you.
There is no tomorrow. There is only tournament glory today. Also, want to give a special shout out to Suddenly Spacious. So I don't even know what words I'm saying. Seriously suspicious. They are currently having a barbecue that they planned a year ago, and they're playing in the Alliance tournament through mobile tethered Wi-Fi at a barbecue. No shirts. Photographic proof was provided. So shout out to that squad for just being absolutely diehards, touching grass and playing Alliance tournament at the same time.
As an Australian, I fully support the barbecue vibes. Absolutely. That is some of the best that you're ever going to see.
All right. Well, we've got another great match, like I said, between Sedition and Unspoken Alliance. We're going to pass it off to Ali and Fear to break down the match.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Ali Eris, and on the red side we have Sedition, who have brought their ham rush with the Torp Navy Raven once again. What have Unspoken brought?
Unspoken have brought the exact same comp they brought against Brave. It's another round of armor control featuring some juicy battleships for that Raven to attack, and it's not exactly the same comp, but very close. Nurgle, Double Deacon, and the Lows, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them to keep this Navy Raven off of their battleships. But then again, the Raven Navy issue, even with torps, can project out quite well as it has that max velocity bonus. So with that, we have 6 seconds remaining until the match begins. And we'll see if Sedition can once again cheese their way to a victory with a torp Raven Navy.
And as the match starts, we see the tackle wing from Unspoken Alliance go rushing in to try to lock down some of those rushing in ships from reaching their battleships and being able to apply that damage. If Unspoken can string the rush out, they have a chance of surviving against the DPS onslaught. But Sedition is trying to clear that tackle, primarying the Punisher of MD5 Oogle.
Yeah, they also have webs onto the Apocalypse and Draugr right now, so not going to let them get away quite as easily. One of these squalls, though, Chris, gets grappled and taken down by the battleships for first blood, going over to Unspoken Alliance. We have a Navy issue, though, pretty much untouched by the tackle wing and the screen. He's going right on top of these battleships now, I believe, onto the Armageddon Navy issue, potentially, maybe the Apocalypse.
Yeah, and one of those tackle wing, the Punisher, falls right now. So Apocalypse starting to take, as you say, serious damage from that Raven Navy issue. Now that they're able to bring that big damage to bear, we should see the logistics really struggle to keep up. But Young Puke and the Squall going down, Unspoken Alliance just trying to trade out as much as they can here.
And, we saw them in their match against Brave do a very good job of keeping the Brave rush off of them. And Brave was able to kind of respond and nuke the tackle from the face of the earth and then run into the big stuff. Here we're seeing Sedition run into the big stuff with their Raven, but the rest of their handboats are stuck with this tackle wing. This Nurgle, this Pontifex, this Vengeance, this Draugr have completely tackled one of the Lokis and all 3 of the battle cruisers from Sedition. So even though their Navy Raven is on top of this Apocalypse and is chunking him out pretty significantly, they are losing their Loki for it at the moment.
Yeah, and these Deacons have a tough life right now. They've got to keep up Tato and the Vengeance. They've got to keep reps on Robin and the Apocalypse. And the Unpredictable's got a huge cloud of drones following him around trying to take him down. So Terry Utima right now just mashing buttons as fast as possible.
Yeah, that Bantam and Burst not able to keep Jones Otsada up nearly enough, and Robin Lynx in the Apocalypse staying alive for the time being. And this is, well played, I think, to Unspoken Alliance for adjusting to how they fight Rush after their last match versus Brave. They're taking down this Loki, and the Raven Navy issue is on a reload right now, so he's not doing any damage to this APOC.
Yep, Torp reload much faster than the Rapid Heavy reload. We should see that Torp reload come in soon. Looks like Jones is actually trying to make a beeline for the APOC with the last little bit of structure, but goes down.
Yeah, and that Apocalypse, 39 points, if taken down, would give Sedition the lead ever so slightly. But again, their Nighthawk, their Claymore, their Loki, all of these are tackled right now, and they haven't been able to kill any of the tackle wing from Unspoken Alliance whatsoever. It's like they didn't even watch the match with Brave earlier today. They've just been, I'm tackled, get me on top of the Apox. And they're finally slow-boated enough to get in range, so they now are on top of the Apoc and doing damage to them, but they've lost 2 Lokis, 2 Squalls for it, and they'll only have the Navy Raven and the 2 battle cruisers up and available for the rest of the match.
That said, that Navy Raven torpedoes probably applying very well to the Apocalypse right now. We will see that go down, which will be a major source of damage for the Unspoken team. Armageddon Navy, of course, still going to be there. Tempest Fleet issue puts out a reasonable amount of damage as well.
But again, I have to I have to compliment Unspoken Alliance for stringing out Sedition this effectively. They're going to take down this Claymore as well. They will only have lost an APOC and a Punisher for half of the Sedition team.
Yeah, we can see those newts from the Armageddon Navy issue and the Tempest Fleet issue now that the Bantam and Burst are trying to. Now that the Nighthawk is close enough, the Bantam and Burst are also close enough to start feeling the pain of those newts, which is just going to lower the ability for Sedition to tank even more.
I mean, this is a bit of a Twitch chat upset. If we take a look at the channel points of Spoken Alliance, 23%, Sedition 77%. And as we're seeing the APOC gaining armor back as the Raven Navy had to reload, the Nighthawk goes down. It is only the Raven Navy. The Burst has fallen as well. And Sedition seem to be out of the Alliance tournament now.
Yep, and this is the final phase of the brackets. In these final phases, it's winning this is only qualifying you for entry in that last chance hub. So the Unspoken Alliance will have to play one more time in order to finally make their way into the Alliance tournament. Should be good to see them go.
Yeah, somewhere millions of Twitch channel points cried out as they've been repossessed. As this Raven Navy issue now, the only member of Sedition alive, wasn't even able to kill the APOC. As he has completely spooled the reactive, getting the armor back, and Amon and the Raven Navy issue is going down very quickly.
Yeah, so as you said, very well piloted by the Unspoken Alliance team. Very good job stringing the team out, reducing the damage. We've been talking about this in a lot of these rush mashups, but that's really what you have to do in order to keep your team alive, in order for those newts to start really doing their job, and in order for your advantage to go. But as the Navy Raven of Yemen falls, we will watch this lovely explosion and then head on back to the desk after a short break.
All right, Sedition. Oh, Twitch channel point. Your points. The points are all gone. 1.3 million points go over to Unspoken Alliance betters. My goodness, like 5-1 odds on that. Crazy stuff. Sedition, again, take their 100% win rate. Torp Navy Raven, but unfortunately just gets screened off almost perfectly by the Unspoken Alliance. Theronth, can you break down what happened in that match?
Unspoken played it pretty well. They got their assault frigates, their command destroyers, just grab those Lokis, make sure that they are not able to reach the target of the destination, which was the APOC, and it was a good call because APOC, the weakest of the battleships over there that we've seen from Sedition. However, the Raven got through, and it almost cost them that APOC somehow. He didn't get screened, he didn't get tackled. He was sitting for most of the match on top of that APOC, just pumping rage torpedoes like it's nobody else's business there. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough just because those Lokis never managed to get to the target, even though the first one took ages to die. It still died, and after that it snowballed.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of like if we remember a match earlier today, Watch This had a lot of Amar cruisers trying to Maulers. There we go. Maulers trying to do heavy tackle and do the exact same role that Unspoken Alliance did here, but they did it perfectly, right? Holding everyone just out of range. Of course, you can't stop a Navy Raven with torps. He just blows by, and you're like, man, what a cool guy. And you forget to scram him.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Likely,
I'm not getting close to that thing, right?
Yeah, probably more
It's the
likely you
Vindicator
ran out of
experience right
scram.
there. I don't want
Yeah.
to touch that.
You have to let someone through. But Wingnut, we saw an APOC kind of for the first time today. Not a Navy issue, not a fancy one, just a normal run-of-the-mill APOC. Any ideas on why the team might have brought that?
Because the Abaddon was banned. That's the very initial part. And also, we've seen APOCs, I think yesterday we saw a range projection with an APOC and a Tempest Fleet as well.
Tempest Skulls, yep.
Yeah, so that's that seems to be a pretty common replacement. And it's good for damage and tracking. It's not the best for tank. So it seems to be a consistent replacement. We'll see how that goes. I also will say a big respect to the Ponty part in that match. I was watching it, and he was bumping the Nighthawk away from the fight as much as he could. He's a Pontifex. He's bumping a battle cruiser as hard as he can, trying to get him away. Because why not? What else is he going to do? Everything's tackled. Might as well try and push the guy out of the range and maybe just get the APOC to survive. And I think it actually worked. So big respect to that man.
Love it. Yeah, the APOC is kind of neat. It's got that incredible tracking bonus, similar to one that the Megathron has, one of the most powerful tracking bonuses in the game. And it's not exactly a bad, but you guys are right. Like, it can reach out and do quite a lot of damage and project EM damage all over the place, especially with Scorch. Also, we saw kind of in the match, some of the battleships from the Unspoken Alliance seem to just stop moving. Theranth, why would they do something like that?
Well, one of the things that they can do is try to just stop from out-tracking themselves by standing still, because if they are shooting a battle cruiser, you don't want to be like you are moving probably faster than the battle cruiser that is tackled by a horde of vengeances and punishers and whatnot. So why not just sit still and make sure that you are pumping hail damage? I think it was TFI that you have spotted that was 0 MS for the most part. Hail does not have the best tracking. It is actually have a debuff for tracking when you're using this kind of ammunition. So I think it was decent. Many pilots often forget that not only the target has to be moving slowly in order for you to track it, but also your speed relative to the target, it matters. So if you are moving faster than the target, you're gonna up-track yourself and get some misses. So yeah, good play on them, considering that they were shooting battle cruisers mostly and Lokis, which are also bricks.
Right on. So Unspoken Alliance, they survived this one. They'll have to go through another match again. And Sedition, unfortunately, we say goodbye to them. It has been really fun watching them with their Torp Navy Raven comps. They kind of started a trend for a while too. But let's look at the bracket and see where we are right now. So as you can see, Unspoken Alliance, they'll have to go on to the winners of our next match between Sons of Bane and Intergalactic Space Hobos. Whoever wins that match will go on to face Unspoken Alliance, and then whoever wins that will go on to Alliance Tournament 20. As you can see, losing that first match of the day in the Redemption Port, it hurts. You got to win so much in order to get back. But, we've seen this before in Alliance tournaments. When you do have to go through an elimination bracket or the route with more matches, you kind of build some cohesion with your team. Wingnut, have you ever experienced anything like this?
No.
So you just win. All right, yeah.
Yeah, I just win. All right. Yeah, that's definitely what happens. I've definitely not been in an AT team.
All right. Well, I do know from experience and from watching this before, if you do go through an elimination bracket, it is stressful as heck. You got to win. Every match feels like it's your last. But at the same time, a lot of that stress kind of falls off a bit. Once you've gone through that a few times, you just get used to it. You just live under constant stress. I'm sure it's incredibly healthy for your mental well-being and your physical well-being. But that's what these teams do when they go to prove their mettle in the next, in the arena. But let's look ahead at our next match between Sons of Bane and Intergalactic Space Hobos. Sons of Bane have banned the Navy Armageddon and the Sacrilege. That's a pretty cool throwback ban that we're seeing there. And Intergalactic Space Hobos have banned the Loki and Oneros. Theranth, what's with the Sacrilege ban?
They must know something that I don't know about. I know that Sons of Bane on TQ, they are pretty familiar with Sacrilege. Whenever they're poking our content, Astra and Accio, that's what they would bring. But in the AT environment, this ship is nothing that cannot be replaced by something else better, cheaper, stronger, faster, right? So maybe it's like a BM type of a situation right there. On the other side of the Loki ban, I think it's pretty decent, right? This is the one that you wanna make sure you ban if you are scared of the ham rush. And the Oneros is just a strong tech to Armology, so they also want to get that covered.
I wonder with the Loki and Oneros ban if they're trying to go for something kitey and they can't push through an Oneros. As for the sack ban, the sack was the original super tanky tackle. It's not as good nowadays, as he says, but it used to be the tackle boy. You basically couldn't get through it. It's just a wall.
Yeah, I think Vidra Reload would actually use this, and I think in also a previous Lions tournament they upgraded these to Evangels before, which are just super scary versions of the Sacrilege. But heavy, really durable tackle. Get on, especially if there's only one or two core ships they have to deal with. Get on there, and they do not move. They do not budge. But yeah, backs against the wall. You have to win not one but two matches here. You're going up against Unspoken Alliance. What are you like? Is that playing any role right now in what you're trying to decide to field, Theronth?
Well, now that the tiebreakers are no longer the case, you can forget about the points. So all the strategies that involve killing amount of points only to advance are no longer necessary. So the safest comp that you are the most trained with, that would be my bet if I was in a situation like that. Luckily, I'm not, but there's always a temptation of bringing something experimental, like a counter pick. Usually, if you are not new a team or like not too experienced or you're stressed, I think you just should stick to your guns, have something that you are the most comfortable in, and just roll with it. If you get hard countered, there's nothing you can do. There are only two bans. Don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, and of course we've seen these teams today, so seeing more of them, it just helps build out the dossier a little bit. Wingnut, when you're planning to go into battle, or if you were planning to go into battle, do you think you're at the point where you want to hide anything, or is this just I'm taking my best stuff?
I would never be the point of trying to hide anything. I always feel the need to go 100% at all times. So I can't back down. I can't calm down. It is all in every time. But in their scenario, they have to. They have to go all in. This is the last chance. You got to do it. You can't half-ass it.
No half-assing, only full-assing here in Alliance Tournament 20.
Full ass.
Yeah, CCB Jotun like that one. I could hear him in the background. There's some dog in him yet. Okay, so looking at this again, Navy Kitten and Sacrilege, man, not really sure what to make of it, but I do know who can make some sense out of this, and that's the teams. We've got Sons of Bane going up against Intergalactic Space Hobos. With everything to prove, the winner stays on in Alliance Tournament 20. The loser is eliminated. We're going to throw it over to Ali and Fear to find out who's going to win this match and see who's going to lose Twitch channel points.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by Ali Eris, and on the blue side, we have Intergalactic Space Hobos who have brought Rapid Heavy Ravens and a Torp Raven Navy issue. On the red side, what have Sons of Bane brought?
Sons of Bane have brought a sort of armor mid-range setup. They've got Tempest, Abaddon, some of that beefy armor battleship DPS, as well as a assortment of low ends. Not enough control to really call it a control comp, but neither do they have a huge attack bar. So they're really just aiming for the sort of well-rounded spot on the comp curve here.
Well, it's a mix of missile systems from Intergalactic Space Hobos. Of course, the Navy Raven has those Torps. The Raven regulars, both of them, have rapid heavy missile launchers, which, as we all know, do a lot of DPS to apply to cruisers and battle cruisers, but ends up having those long reloads. So I hesitate to call this a Kingslayer comp. Either way, it looks like the rush is coming in from Sons of Bane as these Ravens drop shield maintenance bots and start to turn around.
Yeah, the Ravens with their range are going to be able to actually get some damage onto Sons of Bane before Sons of Bane are able to catch up to them. And it looks like that signable of Bravine might be the first target. Target paints going out are usually your first warning that damage is about to come on. Meanwhile, the Squall of Christian Onso tanking perfectly comfortably.
Yeah, the damage not quite there yet on top of this Squall, as the Squall is pretty far back right now, both of them. So just trying to project with those autocannons and with those pulse lasers. As we see tackle this Harpy starting to come in towards the Sons of Bane side, Intergalactic Space Hobos start to burn in with their battleships, and we'll see who their primary is. It is the Tempest fleet issue of J.A. Aloysius. I would like to point out in local, before this match started, the teams were talking to each other about, wait, this is the wrong scrim system. So these teams are scrim partners with each other, and definitely showing kind of what they think the other team will bring with their bans. That would explain the sacrilege ban quite heavily.
Yeah, exactly. And it can always be interesting and a little bit heartbreaking meeting your scrim partner in the arena. On the one hand, you know exactly the kind of stuff that they fight. On the other hand, often there's a sense that you might be rooting for them. And we saw that the team had started putting damage onto J.A. Aloysius in the Tempest. They've mostly switched off. Looks like they're heading for the Oracle now, and paid a Squall in the process.
Yeah, Squall ends up going down. These are rapid light Squalls, by the way. 3 missile systems you can fit on a Squall, and the rapid lights are the ones for this time around. So trying to apply to the smaller stuff potentially. But this time around, they are just kind of standing still as they got tackled by the Mauler and the Abba that dove into the back line. Meanwhile, the Rapid Heavy Boats haven't been able to kill anyone with their first clip. They're going to lose another Squall for this. They're now trying to kill Lord in the Mauler, but still 2 Squalls for a Mauler on points is going to be even, but still it's 2 ships for 1.
Yeah, and we're not seeing a ton of damage coming out of this Intergalactic Space Hobos team. They do have 3 battleships have quite a lot of missile damage. That Raven Navy issue, if it gets its hands on a battleship, will be able to pump out a whole ton of damage into it. But right now, they haven't been able to leverage them that very much. Look at their attack bar.
Yeah, and Conkle and the Raven is the target primary right now. We see the Raven Navy issue and the Raven of Clive now burning in towards the backline of Sons of Bane. Not something you typically expect to see out of battleships. They're trying to get this Oracle down, but they're going to lose a Raven for it at the very least, and that is 1 rapid heavy boat that would go down. And remember, the Raven Navy issue has torps. It's not applying to anything that's not battleship size, so I'm very interested as to why he's burned so far away from Sons of Bane's battleships.
Yeah, this is definitely a sort of interesting setup. Might be trying to avoid getting caught, trying to do one of those starburst plays, or as you say, trying to get damage onto that Oracle. The Oracle, theoretically, the best damage per EHP on the Sons of Bane team right now, of course, might be bait tanked, and it looks like the Intergalactic Space Hobos have switched off to the Signable.
The target selection just seems really odd to me this match from Intergalactic Space Hobos. It seems to me like they wanted to bring Kingslayer comp, but brought these torps instead, and then they tried to do Kingslayer things with the torpedoes. And they just haven't been able to kill anything with the rapid heavy clips other than that 1 Mauler. So a bit of a difficult situation for Intergalactic Space Hobos. Sons of Bane, though, they kill the Harpy, and they're going to be able to kill this Raven as well.
Yep, both teams here fielding Tech 2 cruiser logistics. Both teams, Logis, nicely positioned far away from the main scrimmage, so both teams have their full repping power available. But Sons of Bane, they're applying more damage, and they're breaking through the Scimitar's reps without too much difficulty.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for the Intergalactic Space Hobos side to have to face their scrim partners in the Redemption port, or the Last Chance port. Unfortunately, they will be sent home, and Sons of Bane will end up taking the cake here, as they're finally on a Master Glorphy and the Raven Navy issue. He did get backline access. He did get on top of that Citadel and the Oracle, but Master Glorphy, unfortunately, torpedoes do not hit the broadside of a barn unless that barn looks to be a battleship or larger.
Indeed, and it looks like Master Glorfy has actually gotten a grapple on this Guardian, which would be very exciting. Again, if there were more of the team on, but that's the kind of target that he's looking for in the back line. We do see some of these battleship pilots, and in particular with the short-range weapon system like Torps, push up, try to get aggressive, control space around them. It can be a very powerful tactic. But here, of course, it's a powerful tactic when you have the rest of your team behind you, and unfortunately, the Intergalactic Space Hobos team is mostly dead.
And I mean, it's interesting to see the Raven Navy issue, Torp Raven Navy issue, end up being picked twice and losing twice. I think, maybe with a little bit different target priority, this match could have gone a little bit better for Intergalactic Space Hobos, right? You have these torpedoes, use them on a battleship. Rapid heavies, yeah, you kind of want to do Kingslayer things with them, but you're up against armor cruisers and armor battle cruisers, so I feel like in this instance they could have maybe all ended on one of these battleships and tried snowballing the match from there. This time around, they went for the gamble of going for the low end, and it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also the kind of match where I was chatting about this on desk earlier. You might, or the comp where you might realistically have a big stuff team and a small stuff team. Those rapid light squalls do have the ability to potentially take out like the Skybreaker, the Pontifex, try and make the opposing Guardian really make tough choices while the mainline battleships are putting a whole bunch of damage into the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, one of those cases where teams are going to go for broke in these lower bracket matches. They're going to bring things, not lower bracket matches, these elimination matches. They're going to bring something that we maybe not have seen before that they think will work out in their favor given the right scenario, and that is what Intergalactic Space Hobos brought. Unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out for them. Alt F4 on the Scimitar goes ahead in boundaries, and with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down. We'll be right back after this.
All right, Sons of BANE taking that one over Intergalactic Space Hobos. Looking really strong there. It's kind of incredible to see. I know you guys were kind of looking at the Ravens. Ravens, great day yesterday, not such a good day today. Theron, what happened with these rapid heavy Ravens and the Torp Navy Raven?
So, my best guess, and this is only a guess, of course, feel free to correct me, the original designer of this comp, is that the idea was, okay, so we've seen all those cool Kingslayer comps around. Why won't we make one of our own, but at the same time also be good against all those beefy battle cruisers, battleships around them? So instead of going triple rapid heavy, going all in on the Kingslayer plan, they went with the one Torp Raven, in order to pump that DPS from the Torps on whatever is going to be like a big sick target next to it. Sadly, what Sons of BANE brought was completely unfazed by those rapid heavies, because it's just not enough DPS to break anything when you have a Guardian behind it. Even with those squalls, we've seen the squalls, and the squalls had rapid lights. Also, that was not like a thing that could sway this much. So they were basically just free to charge in with the battleships, confident that they won't be able to lose them until the clip is done from those rapid heavy Ravens, and they slowly and surely dismantled them.
All right, and Wayne, we saw in local that these teams had practiced against one another, skirmed against one another. Are there any like kind of mind games that go into this? Any learnings you get from when you are competing against a skirmish partner?
It definitely can be. You can learn some things they enjoy the most and things they like. For instance, that sack ban could be something that they don't like them using. But it depends on the team, because some teams are incredibly freaking cagey. Like, some of them will just like have this hidden thing they've only showed inside their group, and like no one's seen it before. Then they use it in a tournament and get dumpstered. So Some people try to be cagey and fail. Some people are cagey and really good at it. Some teams just give it their all, which is my kind of team. And Sons of Bane, they gave it their all in TQ when I first them years ago, so I've always had respect for them since.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch them, even though their alliance stickers a little spooky for me. It's fun to watch them through the tournament. We also saw some squalls fielded. Theranth, you mentioned that these were rapid light squalls. We're actually going to go to our very own Nova to hear a little bit about why the squall is so good in the alliance tournament.
Imagine you're on MasterChef or some cooking competition of your choice. You're trying to win it all because you're an insane cook. And then you're tasked to make your dish for judging using a maximum 10 ingredients, and you have like $10 to spend. Suddenly, you can't hide behind truffles and caviar the way that you might have once. And here's where we come to the critical point. The squall is garlic. At a mere 4 points per clove, the squall comes in to save the day. We're starting to cook our dish, and lovely, pungent aromas are filling the arena. The Twitch chatters in the audience are screaming about your impending victory, telling tales of garlic shrimps, garlic mashed potatoes with garlic butter, and a side of garlic bread topped with, you guessed it, roasted garlic. But you're a true master chef. You know you could spend it all on squalls, and it wouldn't taste that bad whatsoever. The unwashed masses of Twitch chat might even like it, but the true artistry of the squall is in its ability to let your other ingredients shine while continuing to accent the flavor. Maybe you spend the big bucks on some proper cuts of beefsteak and pork to grind into, say, a bolognese. A couple cloves of squall lets you expand the depth of flavor, and due to its cheap price, you can splurge on the farmer's market organic carrots and celery versus the lame, industrially produced variety. And you have just enough budget left over for some red wine to carry the dish. Garlic won't necessarily fit into every dish. Maybe you'll never be able to bake an apple pie with a squall. After all, that's just weird. But then again, why would you? You've plenty of options anyway. The crowd may be disappointed, but you serve those judges a killer bolognese. And provided you didn't screw up the cooking, they wonder how you packed that much quality and flavor into your dish with just $10, 10 ingredients. You killed it. You're a real master chef, and you have the squall to thank for it. I'm Novatera Ren, spokesperson for the Guristas Alliance Tournament production team. I am in no way being coerced into bringing you this message. The squall is garlic. Enjoy Alliance Tournament 20. Thank you.
It's just garlic. That's all you can say. Thank you, Nova, for breaking that down for us. The squall, you will see it quite a bit through this Alliance Tournament. I'm happy to say that the squall is actually not banned for our next match between Till Doomsday and Watch This. Till Doomsday, if you recall earlier today, fell to an incredibly potent-looking Odin's Call rush comp. Took a little bit more beefy Logi. Odin's Call skimmed on the Logi, took more damage, and damage won overall. Watch This. They ran into some Onyxes from No Need Loose Face, and ended up falling over here. So we have this matchup between two incredibly talented teams. Till Doomsday banning the Geddon Abaddon, not wanting any part of that comp, and Watch This taking out the Loki and Nighthawk once again. Standard bans from them. I think this is what they banned last time as well. Theranth, does this telegraph anything for you, or do you have any predictions for this match?
If I was a betting man, maybe I would bet that we will see armor control mirror. That would be nice, because the Nighthawk and the Loki severely debuff the Ham Rush. I swear, I hope, I cope that it's not going to be a min rush that we'll see, and this is why they are banning that, so they can just bring Sleipnir and proceed to feed to some sort of more efficient setup on the Watch This side. But yeah, armor control would be something I would like to see here.
All right, Wingnut, what do you make about this as well?
I'm on the same boat as him. I expect one of three different things: drone control, Sleipnir rush, or maybe a HML kite setup, or maybe like Fly Killer-esque. Actually, now I think about it, because the Scimitar's still around, Orthrus is still around, so there's some potential options here. And if they're expecting a Sleipnir rush, they might try for a kite just to buy distance and time. So it's gonna be curious to see what they do.
All right. Yeah. So, the Loki and the Nighthawk taken out by Watch This. They're just getting that ham rush out there. We've talked all day about how popular the Nighthawk is, but really in conjunction with the Loki, it seems to be absolutely brutal with that projection. Is there any like facsimile of this setup that you could bring without the Nighthawk and Loki, Theron?
Absolutely. You can bring Hamrush always in this format because in Fetus we only have 2 bans. So unless the other team is actively also trying to ban Hamrush and working together with you, without colluding though, of course, just coincidentally banning the same ships, only then there is a chance that you won't see it. But we still have access to Claymores, Alligators, Cyclone Fleet, Drake Navy, of course our beloved Squall. Praise be to the Squall is also available. So you can always bring some sort of a setup that you can upgrade things somewhere else. It's probably not going to be the high-performing ships like Nighthawk and Loki, right? It's not going to be at the same power level. You can still build it.
If you build it, you can F1. It'll be beautiful, and Hamrush always an option. Wingnut, we've seen a lot of matches, and both these teams have had to face different types of logistics between logistics cruisers or bring logistics frigates. Do you have any predictions on if they're going to skimp on the points and bring logistics frigates, or kind of have a little bit more durable core?
I can't even give an answer. That depends on the comp. If you're a karting comp, it's probably going to be a Scimitar. If it's a brawling comp, we're probably going to see. Actually, depends. Armor drone might be 2 T2 Logi frigates. There is not really a straight answer because everything's still on the table. You have to kind of just go by what's there, and the only thing we won't see probably is fucking any triangle boys. Oop, swear.
We get one of those. I was gonna use.
I've used all of them
myself. We get one a day. Ruined my chances. It's fine. Twitch chat. It looks like they are going really hard in on Till Doomsday. I don't know if I were a channel point betting person, which I absolutely am, just not in this round because I know what the teams are bringing. I would bet on Watch This just for the value. Wingnut, do you have any advice for channel point bettors out there?
Yeah, go all in on the underdog. It works for you so well. I guarantee you will win big money every time. Give me your money.
I believe Wingnut ended yesterday with 0 Twitch channel points, so maybe take that with a grain of salt to add on to your garlic there. Again, Till Doomsday, Watch This is our next match. The winner will go on to fight another match to see if they can make it into Alliance Tournament 20. The loser will unfortunately be eliminated from Alliance Tournament 20, but they'll have the friends that they made along the way. For now, we're going to send it over to the arena where Ali and Fear will break down the match.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the arena. I'm Ali Aris, joined by Fear Vina for Till Doomsday versus Watch This. Till Doomsday have indeed found a way to bring a ham rush. Fear, what have Watch This brought?
They have brought Pseudo Tinker, 3 golems and 3 squalls, and not a whole lot else. They got some links. They've got some Tech 1 logistics frigates in those Bantams, but they'll be up against this full rush from Till Doomsday on the red side. We'll see how it goes out. These golems are very, very tanky. But even then, under the full might of a rush, they've got to be able to take down this DPS before it can actually get on top of them. And they've got 50 kilometers to do that and about.
Yep, yeah. And the rush both they have speed and they have some pretty chunky battle cruisers. Watch how the Till Doomsday pilots are flying around the Watch This golems. With the Watch This golems, they should be cap transferring. That requires being in very close range. And so Frank Latank in the Drake Navy issue is actually a great first primary because that Drake Navy issue is a threat to bump these golems apart.
Yeah, and they're trying to get these bumps in right now. You see them go directly for the blob, trying to break it up, but they have actually bumped the golems closer to each other and the squalls, which are part of the cap transfer chain, away. So one of those squalls goes down, and that is first blood for Till Doomsday. But their Navy Drake, Franklin tank, taking quite a bit of damage from these cruise missiles.
Yep, and this scimitar very happy with the Tech 2 cruiser logistics at this point, able to just barely hold the Drake down in peak shield regen against the onslaught of cruise missiles from the golems, as these squalls are just disappearing one after another.
And triple golem. Various different teams have brought this a couple of times, a couple of alliance tournaments. Odin's Call brought it a couple times. Hydra brought it a couple times in previous alliance tournaments, but has been less and less popular as time has gone on. And this time around, it is once again 3 golems with cap transfers versus the world. Franklin tank staying alive, has very low structure, finally goes down, but they will take down the Puce Moose in response.
Yep, and the power of this cap chain is lessened for every ship that leaves it. And of course, these 3 golems are the main DPS for their team. So losing the Puce Moose is going to be a third of the DPS off of the Watch This team.
Well, they've gone for the scimitar smartly, deciding that Franklin tank tanked for too long in the Drake Navy issue, trying to force these XLASB charges out of the scimitar. Of course, the Puce Moose out of XLASB charges himself, but he's being fed cap by the rest of his team, so he can keep that XLASB running. And in fact, he's staying up 28% shield, 25% shield, staying actually around the natural shield regen point, despite being all the way into structure. Meanwhile, Blue Mahan in the scimitar has fallen very low, is almost out of XLASB charges himself.
Yep, and this is rough for the scimitar. The cruise missiles of the golems can reach across the entire arena. That scimitar range doesn't matter as much as it might, and the cruise missiles have fairly good application as well. As we say that, one of the bantams from Watch This just absolutely evaporated. Looks like it'll be traded for Lumahan and the scimitar out of cap charges. For that, Ansel running away and finally goes down. Removing the bantams will take away the external reps, and so now all that Watch This is going to have to contend with is the beefy local rep on these golems being powered by the cap transfers.
Oh, it looks like the reloads got synced back up for Tilden Doomsday, and they're going through the Puce Moose, just chewing through them. Finally takes them down. Destiny Noah and the Claymore stays alive for the time being, but is now the target from these cruise missiles. And as you mentioned, cruise missiles have surprisingly good application for a battleship-sized system. And on top of that, these golems have bonus paints, so they're applying very well to the entirety of the Till Doomsday squad, as we saw with them on that scimitar.
Yep, and till Doomsday, no Logi left. That means it's just the buffer in their ships. But Watch This have aimed for one of the ships with the most buffer, that Claymore. It's got the full Tech 2 resists, beefy shield tank, and it'll be close to see whether Yuki Lee goes down before Destiny Noah.
Yeah, and you can't keep an XLASB running with only one cap transfer. So that was just the cap charges. And unfortunately for Watch This, that is their second golem down. They're now on to the third one of Thorfinn. He has an XLASB, but no more cap transfers for him. So he will eventually go down. Still going to try to trade for Destiny Noah and the Claymore, but that Claymore has just burned in and has continued to bump alongside this massive drone blob that the Thorfinn is trying to smart bomb off at the moment.
Yep, and with this, Till Doomsday securing their place in the Last Chance Hub, they will fight one more match for the spot in Alliance Tournament. Meanwhile, Watch This, they'll be heading home.
And was a nice showing from them regardless. Making it this far in the qualifiers is obviously something that you can be proud of, and does work out for them eventually, and I hope to see them in future tournaments. But Till Doomsday, of course, having been in the last couple of Alliance tournaments, very happy about this win. They're going to face the winner of Seriously Suspicious versus URSA, which is our next match. As this Bifrost and Stork pilot around the arena, we see some hams going into the Bifrost right now. I expect to see an Edge of Glory potentially Come on, Hoff. You're right next to an MJD. Go for it. Go for it, please.
Yep, you're not tackle. Oh no, there's. Oh, it's just a.
No, it's
Oh
a
yeah,
scram.
there's the scram. There's the scram.
I want my Edge of Glory. Dang it!
Yeah, we need to get the points records.
Look! You can't. Goons currently hold the record. Azure and Argent from Goonswarm holds the record right now. You know, how many people in the game want to beat a Goon record? I can't believe how few people have tried going for it throughout the feeders. It's been quite something to watch, just with how few Edges of Glory that we've had going for us. Ilsa May and Storm and the Bifrost continuing to try to run away from these hams that have them scrammed and webbed. But the Stork also going down at the moment.
Yeah, the lack of Edge of Glories made a little bit of sense in the earlier part of the feeders when the group stage where we still had to worry about tiebreakers. Here, no more tiebreakers left. It's just wins are ins. And with that, we've got Isla May's Bifrost falling to end the match, and we'll send it to the desk after a short break.
All right, welcome back to Alliance 2020 till Doomsday. Ham rushing all over a Tinker comp brought by Watch This. I am, very impartial. Want everyone to win, but by God, am I glad a Tinker comp lost because. And only because Wingnut Cross stole my one F-bomb that I would be allowed if a Tinker comp wins. It's one of the most frustrating experiences to ever experience in an Alliance tournament, just having 3 battleships just live forever and plink you off one by one by one. But luckily for Till Doomsday, that's not what happened. Watch This taking a very inventive team with the Golem. Therath, can you tell me a little bit about why the Golem, what's it do, and what benefits it brings to a team?
First of all, I hate Tinkers as well. 8017 finals got tinkered twice because reasons. I'm gonna go delve into what reasons. However, yeah, that comp basically for people who are unfamiliar with it is you put 3 golems right next to each other. Each of them has large remote capacitor transfer, and they run ASBs. X-large ASBs. When they run out of the charges in them, they just keep running them using the capacitor transfers from the other golems. The objective of that comp is to kill enough DPS so that there is no longer enough damage on the field so the enemy team can actually break any of those golems. So that's their objective. There are counterplays to that. One that we haven't seen here happening much, but maybe I'll Wingnut talk about it a little bit so I'm not hogging the screen for too much.
Wingnut, tell us about some counters to the Tinker, besides the boring newts, just nude them out idea, because that doesn't always work with large cap transfers.
Well, the thing we were expecting in that match was there's basically this ramming comp to ram them, and they didn't. And it's you can just bump one ship far away enough that it's just a free kill. And again, they didn't do it. It's the most easiest solution. You can do it with any ship. You could probably get a frigate to do it with enough speed. And they didn't exactly bump them. So it's well, you're doing this the hard way. They still won for it, but it's you really just went uphill with no shoes in the snow. There was no reason to do that.
Well, one cool thing about the golems is, especially with the fits that they were running, not only do they have that target painter bonus, but just the way missile range works in general. You can just see the golems, if they're sitting in the arena, anyone that tries to kite away, like if they were worried about a kiting team or even a control team of that sort, they can go ahead and send those missiles off pretty much everywhere into the arena. And just slowly plink away. But again, as you guys both mentioned, the one thing that they really would hate doing or experiencing is some sort of ham rush type comp or a team that does a lot of damage. Theranos, you were talking a little bit beforehand about even if you ban the Loki and Nighthawk, you can always bring a ham rush. We saw that the Till Doomsday team brought a hyena instead of the Loki. Does that kind of fill the same role a little bit?
Yes and no. it fills the role of, I have a ship that is able to web target from a long range. So in that regard, you get the control that Loki provides. But on the other side, it's a 15k EHP ship versus 150k EHP ship that does 0 DPS versus about a 1k DPS. So you can see the trade-off that you're getting here. And this is particularly relevant if you are running a ham rush and you decide to get a hyena in there, and then you land on the field and there is a ham rush on the other side. And they don't have a hyena because it immediately means that you're at a disadvantage, both EHP and DPS wise. And that matchup is usually decided by who is removing DPS the fastest and in the correct order. And sadly, hyena, as potent as it is and as amazing of a ship as it is, does not contribute to that in any way.
Right on. So I mean, they try to do it, and we've seen from their previous matches, Kit Kat flying the hyena for till Doomsday, just doesn't want to die. Has died 0 times today in day 4, even though his team did get sent to this elimination section of the bracket. They live to fight another day. Really cool stuff. Watch this. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye for Alliance Tournament 20. Phantomite in the squad. We'll definitely see them next year. It's really fun to see inventive, out of the box setups, really great play calls, and really great ideas in terms of ship comps. So we know that imagination isn't going to be stifled with just one loss. But on to our next match, and it's actually going to be the final match, not of our day, thankfully, but of this section of the bracket, if we can look at it. Seriously Suspicious versus URSA. So both of these teams have kind of a fun story earlier today. Seriously Suspicious went up against in their last match and suffered a disconnect or two during their match, and didn't feel great about it. But we did learn a little bit about why that happened. It turns out that they had planned a barbecue several months ago, one that they didn't want to stop, didn't want to get interfered with in any way, and they were playing in a barbecue, mobile Wi-Fi, tethered to a phone, a live picture of
the
them
boys.
just chilling. Look at the boys just
Actual legends.
playing spaceships.
Yes.
It is amazing. So unfortunately, their internet didn't serve them well enough. They've upgraded. They stole neighbor's Wi-Fi internet, borrowed neighbor's Wi-Fi internet. So they're going to be fine. URSA, similarly, we saw them fielding a team with a bunch of rookie ships. They weren't sure that they were going to be able to field a complete team, so they had this perfect 6-person comp planned, and then other people from their team showed up and were like, "Yeah, we're ready." And so they're like, "Oh, last minute, what can we do?" Without having to do any crazy theory crafting, just threw them in some rookie ships to get the experience. Love to see it. I just love the spirit of this match and these two teams.
I was going to say as well, one of them, right, is going to be annoyed that his ship died. He's going to kick that power strip and take everyone out.
Also, want to shout out on behalf of Seriously Suspicious, Shadow Legion X, their corporation that organized the barbecue, I presume, and kind of making sure these shenanigans go off. But I just absolutely love it. Favorite story of the AT so far. And looking at bans, Seriously Suspicious have banned the Absolution and the Geddon, while URSA have banned the Karis and Mollis, getting rid of those very heavy bonus damps and fast locking ships. Theron, does this telegraph anything for you for what this team might be kind of afraid to face?
That could be many things. They could be afraid of some control setup that tries to just draw you into the range using the dumps, right? Maybe something we've seen comes with a Balgorn today, with Ashimu, and previous days. So considering that they were undermanned last match, this is something that control stacks very well. The fewer players are on the receiving end of the control modules. So URSA actually doing not that bad of a call here by banning those dumps. There are still dump options. Of course, there always are. We only have 2 bans for this format. But Yeah, there is definitely some thought behind that, I think.
All right. And again, so we know the history of these teams from the last match. Wingnut, do you think that's going to play into what Seriously Suspicious may want to bring? Like knowing, that URSA had wanted to field like a smaller squad early on? Or do you think
I
they'll just
think
still take what they want?
I think they're just going to vibe. I don't know if they're really. They're obviously going to try their best, but I'm not sure they're really going. Are we going to sit here and figure out how you guys are playing to win? Nah, dude, we're just going to grab some ships and go have some fun, mate. Also, I like Ursa's ban because they don't want to get moist. That's all. That's all it is. They don't want to get damped. They don't want to get moist. That's all their problems are. Both these teams are like on an entirely different tournament. It's great.
Living their best lives for sure.
Exactly.
But again, Seriously Suspicious, if they win, the winner of this match, regardless, will go on to face Till Doomsday, who have been like a very scary opponent, very much showing their mettle, looking very, very focused during all of their matches. So these teams have their work cut out for them, whether or not the outcome is. But yeah, talking about the Absolution ban, the Absolution isn't a ship that we've seen all that much today. We've seen the Abaddon quite a bit, but not the Abso. What type of comp favors flying against a not Absolution, Theronth?
Well, not an absolution. Something that is probably scared of EM damage. So Absolution is actually dealing a lot of EM damage, right? As all the laser ships do. And it's a pretty good pick for the Maxfeld / Octo. So there might be 50 kilometers, and it's going to touch you in places you don't want to be touched by it with the Aurora. So yeah, I don't know how effective that is, but it just means that we won't see an Abso, right? We can see something else in slot.
All right, I just checked the local chat. I do have an update on the Seriously Suspicious squad. Their neighbor did give the Wi-Fi password in exchange for beer, so they're out some beer, but they do have steady Wi-Fi. We're going to send it over to the arena to break down this match between Seriously Suspicious and URSA.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Sirvana, joined by Ali Eris, and on the red side, we have Seriously Suspicious, who have brought Sleipnir Rush. What have URSA brought?
URSA have brought a rattlesnake. They've got a pair of rattlesnakes with cruise missiles, a pair of blackbirds, and can't forget the garlic, a squall. So we should be expecting to see these guys back up and try and get some damage in on the rush before they get, rushed.
Well, Mimitar Rush, all red. Those Tech 2 Mimitar resists, of course, have a kinetic hull, which is very nice for Nighthawks and Rattlesnakes, who are damage locked to kinetic, or for the Rattlesnakes case, thermal as well. So with that, they'll be able to hit right into the resist hulls of these Sleipnirs and, of course, the broadswords. But we'll see how they go off the start of the match. Seriously Suspicious, of course, being a rush setup, start rushing forward with most of their ships, but some of them are spreading out and going back a little bit. Going to try to get a wraparound going.
We've got some sentry drones out by the Rattlesnakes. Looks like the Rattlesnakes are starting off with sentries onto and missiles onto the Sinoball of Sklava Urza. Meanwhile, Blackbirds are primary number one for the rush team. Looks like those Blackbirds are starting by jamming out the logistics in order to get some of these rattlesnake damage in.
Yeah, they're going to try to keep that Kieran Scalpel from getting the logistics onto the Sinobal of Skava Arata. Either way, Amber going down on the Blackbird right now, Sorf next to Fall, and then they might be onto the Scythe as well.
Yeah, and got to kind of take out the Blackbirds first in this kind of setup. Otherwise, the Blackbirds would be able to potentially juggle the DPS, mitigate some of the DPS that's coming in. Squall falls quickly after the Blackbirds. Seriously Suspicious doing a very nice job of lining up their next targets. They've had this Scythe tackled for a little bit, and they've queued it up ready to go. With the scythe down, we'll be left with just a pair of rattlesnakes and a nighthawk doing their best last stand against the Minmatar onslaught.
Yeah, and obviously both these ships have strong resists as far as everything's concerned. They got an extra 20% resists as part of their bonus, 4% per level. So still fairly chunky ships to go through, but they still aren't breaking this Cinnable with the combination of the cruises and the Nighthawk missiles. Once the Nighthawk goes down, they will be on to the other rattlesnakes, and it will be all tournament over for URSA. This time around, they weren't able to form more than 7 people, unfortunately, so they had to go with a weird comp. Try to get the undermanned points to add up to 200, and we salute them for being part of the tournament anyways, and for showing up and fighting. So now they're on Ocean Gazer and the Rattlesnake. Of course, Seriously Suspicious winning this match will face Till Doomsday in our last match of the day. Winner of that will go on to the Alliance Tuner, and loser will be left home with nothing but a stories to tell, shall we say.
Yep, indeed. And as you say now that it's just 2 rattlesnakes, the Signables living quite comfortably, Ocean Gazer heading down, Geronimo team captain, last man standing out here, trying to get some points from Martin Konzen in the Jackdaw.
And cruise missiles, it's really kind of funny just how good cruise missiles are at applying things. Precision cruise missiles apply to frigates and destroyers who have their props on, so long as there's a paint. So that's always a fun one to try to do if you're in a cruise missile setup. See a Jackdaw and go plink and it dies. Especially fun in a golem. But this time it's a rattlesnake, has cruise missiles, yes, precision cruises, but also sentry drones, which don't track all that well. And with that, the rattlesnake falls. We're going to look at the explosion for a second, and then afterwards we'll take it to a quick break. And when we return the desk, we'll break down that match and bring us into the final break of the day. But until then, I will see you around. We'll be right back after this.
All right, Seriously Suspicious planned it all at a barbecue. Literally, take a win over URSA. Looking really strong. Taking Sleipnir's, a tournament favorite, one of my favorite ships. I know it's CCB Fozzie's favorite ship as well in the tournament setting. Just ran over the rattlesnakes from the URSA team. They tried to, do a little bit of a tinker, which is really great for an undermanned setup. But yeah, just couldn't hold out against the onslaught of DPS, and also internet that doesn't drop out of nowhere. 10 out of 10 decision to trade neighbors' Wi-Fi for some beers. Seriously Suspicious. They have made it into the last round of our feeders, along with Till Doomsday. Seriously Suspicious will be facing off against each other, an Unspoken Alliance and Sons of BANE. The winners of these respective matches will go on to join Alliance Tournament 20. The losers will have a great story to tell, friendships that they've made along the way, but a whole lot of not being in Alliance Tournament 20. So everything's on the line. We at the desk have a little bit of a break, but we don't want to leave you, Twitch chat, with nothing to do. So, like we did yesterday, we have a bit of a giveaway for you for the Alliance Tournament 20 bundle, which has 50 days of Omega and, as Ursa showed off, rattlesnake skins to give away. If you want to win this one, type !feeders finals in Twitch chat. The more you type it, the better your odds of winning, probably. But if you put it in once, you still have one ticket to win. Put it in twice, you also have one. So, just putting it in, typing it more just gives you that like feeling in your heart that you have a better chance of winning. Anyways, for the entire desk and the Alliance Tournament 20 wonderful production, we're going to go on break, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes. All right. Final 2 matches for Alliance More Than 20 feeders. We've got 30 teams already decided going into Alliance More Than 20. 2 more to go. Either Till Doomsday or Seriously Suspicious. The winner of their match progresses. And Unspoken Alliance and Sons of Bane, the winner of that match, progresses. I am CCP Swift here with the ever-talented cast of Theronth and Wingnut. How you guys doing in this for the last 2 matches?
Struggling to stay hydrated.
I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. Hydration is key, and the teams that did stay hydrated and made it into Alliance Tournament 20, I'll just go through them real quick in case you might have missed out. We'll actually start from the top, from the 4 teams that were invited in. Fraternity, Tuskers, Barcode, Truth, Honor, Light, Paper Numbers, Evasive Maneuvering, We Form Volta, Arrival, Plug and Play, Pandemic Horde, Rote Capel, Snuffed Out, Templars Calcif, Of Essence, Platinum Sensitivity, Deteriorated, Rage Quit Cancel Sub, Exodus, Genshin Impact Alliance, Only Fleet, White Skull, Ronin Reloaded, Post Pod Clarity, Brave Collective, Whole Control, Slow Children at Play, Odin's Call, No Need, Loose Face, Bright Side of Death, and Goonswarm Federation. The Goons are in Alliance Tournament 20.
Everyone clutch your pearls.
It's a beautiful thing to witness. I remember one of the last times they were in, one of the most memorable Alliance Tournament matches included a polarized Navy Augur flown by the Mittani, and Lumpy, the team that they were facing at the time. Don't ask me how I remember this stuff. Just assumed he would be bait, so went ahead and didn't shoot him at all. But he was in a polarized ship, did a lot, and won them the match. Beautiful
Well, they
stuff.
were correct. He was bait, just in the inverse.
Yeah, exactly.
Leading by the example, too.
The next match we have up, though, Unspoken Alliance versus Sons of Bane. We've seen both these teams quite a lot today. They've had to play a lot of matches. They've been going through the grind. Unspoken Alliance has banned the Orthrus and Loki. Sons of Bane banning the Balgorn and Navy Geddon. Just saying, get that hull away from me. Don't want to see it. Don't talk to me or my kids ever again. Yeah, what do you make of these bans?
Geddon's still around. They banned the Geddon Navy in the Baal, but they left the regular Geddon, which is the bargain version of it. So that's a curious idea. I don't personally like banning the Baal because I don't like the Baal. Orthrus Loki, though, is pretty straightforward. I think we can all agree with that one.
Do you think we might see some ham rush shenanigans in this one?
Well, this seems to be the recurring theme of today, that there are hams on one side or Octo, right? I'm sure somebody in Twitch chat is keeping count of how many times we've seen ham and Octo.
Well, there's definitely at least one person doing that. I can promise you that.
Well, there always has to be at least one. But yeah, it's very possible, right? Even with the Loki band, again, you can just build a ham rush. You can still deliver those, tasty payloads on top of your enemies. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, we have seen before whenever the Loki is banned, but the Nighthawk kind of slips through. We've seen people with like the Bellicose applying some paints, or a ship like the Hyena providing some long-range webs. Very hard to fly, but kind of do a little bit of the same thing in there. But we don't have to speculate. We can watch these teams fight it out. Unspoken Alliance, Sons of Bane, we're going to throw it to the arena where Ali and Fear will break down this match and decide who's the 31st team going into Alliance Tournament 20.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by Ali Eris, and on the red side, we have Unspoken Alliance, who have brought Armor Brawl once again. What have Sons of Bane brought?
Sons of Bane have brought also Armor Brawl setup. Sons of Bane double battleship with a Tech 2 cruiser logistics versus Unspoken Alliance triple battleship with the double Deacon logistics. So Unspoken Alliance, bigger attack bar, potentially more defense in terms of just raw buffer. Sons of Bane, they've got more reps from that Oneros, slightly lower attack bar. Right now, I think this is favoring Unspoken, but Sons of Bane can probably find some edges there. Again, they're reps, the fact that Oneros can hang back, avoid newts from the battleships, Sons of Bane probably has some routes for getting an advantage here.
Well, they have a Nurgle and a Draugr, both of which are very good at actually taking out Tech 2 logistics cruisers. When working together, if they can get the backline access and not get screened off, it could create problems for that Oneros. For the time being, though, they're going to project with their autocannons and pulses onto this Oracle of Ginger Ale 907, while the teams begin burning in towards each other and the battleship cores begin to square off.
Yeah, and that Draugr was briefly primary. They're switching. It looks like they're switching to Tato Orland in the Vengeance, trying to lock down that light tackle that would otherwise be able to get through. But it looks like the Nurgle of Unspoken Alliance is making a play for the Oneros of Sons of Bane. So watch out for that Nurgle coming up around the bottom.
Yeah, and this is kind of what they need to do: get that Nurgle and the Draugr on top of the Oneros in order to get their logistics and stress them out and get rid of their major advantage, being that Tech 2 logistics cruiser. We see Yasmin and the Draugr at the moment currently painted up and taking some damage from these projection ships, but as we see the Nurgle circling back around onto the Oneros, about to land that scram and web, and then they need to find the rest of the follow-up damage to go on top of that ship. But as I say that, though, the Nurgle breaks back around for the Skybreaker and pulls off.
Yep, Nurgle, a pretty powerful ship, got the ability to just 1v1 the Skybreaker if one Strainer has spooling damage, attack damage, or assault damage control that'll let him survive if Sons of Bane turns around. It looks like Sons of Bane has noticed the Nurgle is turning around and might be threatening.
Meanwhile, though, Jason Flamerat, currently the primary target from Sons of Bane, have taken him down into about 2/3 armor as the Nurgle Orange 0401 trying to run away, currently scrammed by this Skybreaker as the rest of the team peels back on top of him. So the Nurgle not able to dive for the Logi the way that they wanted to, and instead ends up getting caught up with the low end of the Sons of Unspoken Alliance.
Yep, Jason Flemmerand actually located on a micro jump beacon. So Jason might be able to try to do some sort of crazy backline dive to save the Nurgle here, or at least capitalize on that Logi. Of course, and he's activated the beacon. Jason Flammerend is jumping
look at
in.
The Oneros, though. The Oneros is caught by the Draugr, and the Nurgle doesn't even matter anymore. So the Nurgle's gone down, but the Draugr is right on top of that Oneros, was able to make the play for it, and that is a very much worthwhile trade. This is what the Draugr is good at doing, even though we haven't seen it a whole lot in this tournament, is getting on top of Logi, locking it down, and killing it. So that Draugr did so much. He will trade his life for it, but taking that Oneros down does make the battleship on battleship action better. And as I say that, the Skybreaker ends up falling as well.
Yeah, this is great trades for the Unspoken Alliance side. The Unspoken Alliance still has both their deacons. They've been taking a couple of newts, but they're still alive. Sons of Bane, recognizing this, is going to turn around and see if they can get that Logi trade. But for every moment that those deacons live with the Oneros down is a moment where Sons of Bane is just living off their armor buffer. Unspoken Alliance, they still have reps.
Indeed, they do, and they're trading down this Oracle first. Very cost-effective or HP-efficient ship to be taking down in terms of DPS per EHP. So they've gone with that. They might try to get this Cinnable, or maybe just go straight for the Tempest Fleet issue next. Their Abaddon, Robin Lynx, still has 2 Deacons worth of reps on top of them as well, and there's some cross damage going on with this Pontifex. But as you see, the Cinnable is tackled, grappled, scrammed, webbed, everything, and Brahim goes down.
Yeah, fundamentally, we've got 2 armor brawl teams here, and it is definitely a brawl. Everyone close in together, lots of tackle. No primary target will escape this ball of death.
Yeah, an Unspoken Alliance now on to the Tempest Fleet issue of J.A. Aloyses. getting 3 battleships worth of damage versus 2. Robin Lynx and the Abaddon also spooled up that reactive pretty handily, so while he's staying alive for the time being, might end up falling down into structure relatively soon, but will have traded their life for an Aneros, an Oracle, a Cinnable, and obviously this Tempest fleet issue of J.A. Aloysius.
Yeah, and this kind of thing is what you can see when one of those light tackle pilots goes into the back and starts causing problems. The Nurgle of Orange went into the back line, tackled, threatened the Oneros, tackled the Skybreaker, got tackled, gave his life for the cause, but the reaction to the Nurgle going into the back and the ability for the other members of the Unspoken Alliance team to follow up on that initial Nurgle play is part of what's letting them get that momentum going and start snowballing, kill the Oneros, and then start just removing DPS from the field.
As I like to say, hail never fails, as they're on to the final ABBA, these dual Tempest fleet issues. Draenor and the Nurgle and the Mauler of Lord are the other DPS-capable boats available from this Sons of Bane team for the time being. As I say that, though, it is a gun mauler, so it does have DPS on it. And Yasmin and the Draugr, kind of MVP of the match, getting on top of that Oneros and killing it pretty effectively. And even though they are taking some damage right now, really not tackled and should be able to stay alive for the time being, as Shadowguard and the ABBA now down to half armor.
Yep, and it's Shadowguard in the ABBA versus Nolix in the Tempest Fleet issue. Nolix, again, still got those Deacons. Deacons have been suffering some minor capacitors empty problems, and now the indignity of jam drones, but that's not enough to deter them from delivering those reps. The reactive of Nolix is probably fully spooled against the Abaddon and the Mauler's EM damage. And it's looking like Shadowguard and the Abaddon will be the next battleship to fall.
Well played to Unspoken Alliance, punching their ticket into the Alliance tournament over Sons of Bane, who sadly will be sitting from the sidelines this time around. You are our 31st team out of 32 Unspoken. So congratulations once again. You guys had a very difficult run to get here. And full of difficult groups and some difficult teams and difficult matchups, but you made it work, so congratulations to you. Taking down the Nurgle now, the Pontifex last member remaining. Can we see an Edge of Glory this tournament, please? No, the Pontifex is scrammed up.
Nope, it'll be a Senju Kanaba to fall in the middle of this ball of death, dying as they lived in a giant melee with the rest of their teammates. Again, good job for Unspoken Alliance. Good luck in the Alliance tournament. Sons of Bane, great seeing you, and we will hear more about this from the desk.
All right, Unspoken Alliance, the 31st team to sneak into Alliance Tournament 20. Wow, what an incredible match. So many battleship hulls just in the center of the arena, brawling out against one another. Couldn't have been kind of like a better send-off. Sons of Bane, you were so fun to watch. I wish we had 33 teams in the tournament, but alas, we cannot. So we'll give an 07 to you guys. The squad was, like I said, just a ton of fun to watch throughout the entire feeders. Unspoken Alliance, just break this one down for me, Tarantha. What type of comp did they bring, and what were they hoping to see?
Well, both of the comps, they were like a little bit more on the brawly side. However, there were some key differences. So on one side, we had double TFI, one Abaddon. On the other one, there was just one TFI, one Abaddon, and an Oracle. For downgrading throughout Oracle, they have bought an Oneros on the side of the Sons of Bane. However, it turns out that one less battleships is a lot of utility and EHP. In case of Oracle, it's not really the DPS difference, but it's something that you have to pay for. So when it came down to the grinding after the Oneros was already down and the Deacons on the Unspoken side were still alive, the Oracle just popped. It vanished, right? Signable as well. They didn't have that much of a DPS anymore. They have less neuting power because each of the TFIs can also have double heavy newts. So that Abaddon was hurting for Capsai Shuri at the end of the game. And there were also some other plays that they used positioning on certain ships that brought them into that position that Oneros actually died and that they could just finish off their opponent.
Yeah, we actually saw Unspoken Alliance make a super cool MJD play on their TFI because the Nurgle on their side was able to go ahead behind enemy lines and catch the Sons of Bane Oneros and pin it down long enough for Yasmin and the Drugger to go over there and get secondary tackle. Tell me a little bit about that play. Is this like something you planned during like the skirmishing phases, or is it just like I see the opportunity, I'm going to take it?
It'll be a little bit of both, to be honest. I have to say, Unspoken played that one very, very, very well. The Tempest fleet was being engaged. Okay, full. He just pulled all the way back out of range, and actually went back to an MJD beacon, and came in perfectly to go kill the Oneros. Also, the Nurgle didn't just suicide tackle at the start. He went over there and started harassing and poking and waiting for the right moment to really just go in, grab it, and hold that thing down. Because it was a Skybreaker playing defense. And again, very well played. You see a lot of pilots just suicide like absolute morons. He did not. It was playing it very well. So I was very, very impressed by that. I will say, bringing in Oneros without support, you're just basically just throwing it to be killed. At least the Deacons can look after themselves. So that Oneros was kind of left out to die the entire match. They did have a support anti-tackle, but that was about it. Logi drones, man, where are they?
Yeah, I mean it's so tricky. We've seen these Nurgles in previous Alliance tournament before. They're kind of a little bit of a quizzical pick because you're like, okay, they're a lot of points for just an assault frigate, but when they spool up against a logistics cruiser, if they can get into the back lines and do exactly what the Unspoken Nurgle pilot did, then they can be such a pain. They ramp up, and you have to deal with them one way or another, which means your entire team has to break off and go back to clear it off or screen it off or just do something. But Nurgle's so cool to see in the Alliance tournament. Have some of the most fun skins as well. The All Stars skin, one of the funkiest. But Unspoken Alliance, they're in Sons of Bane. We say goodbye. And on to our next match. As you can see, the bracket has been brutal today for some of these teams in the final sanctum. Till Doomsday, seriously suspicious. They both played a bunch of matches. It's late. Seriously suspicious. Literally at a barbecue, just gaming on stolen/borrowed neighbor's Wi-Fi. Let's take a look at what these teams are actually playing for as well. If you get into the Alliance tournament and win this last match, there are some very cool prizes waiting for you. This is a look at the skins that you'll be awarded for every match you win in the Alliance tournament proper for AT20. These are skins for the Concord issue ships because the Garistas they borrowed some of the Concord ships that Concord had originally planned to donate for the Alliance tournament. They've made their own variations. So this AT will feature the Sidewinder, a Covops frigate based on the Pacifier, a Cobra, a Force Recon cruiser based off the Enforcer, and yes, an AT battleship is coming for Alliance Tournament 20, the Python. Of course, it's going to be a Python, the biggest and baddest snake out there. It's going to be a Black Ops based on the Marshall. Um, it's so supremely cool to have a battleship reward for Alliance Tournament. Alliance Tournament 20, CCP Zealous and the crew had to blow it out big style. It only comes once a year. Wait, no. Whatever. You only get one 20th Alliance Tournament. Alliance Tournament only comes once a year, of course. Anyways.
How many
But these
of those
prize ships are dope.
How many of those Pythons are going to be total CCP Swift? Because the number of rewards was higher over the years, right? But this is like kind of special, this battleship, right?
Yeah. So in previous Alliance tournaments, if you go back to the the Dark Ages, we'll call them. First place and second place got rewards, 50 for the cruiser and 50 for the frigate, and no one else got anything. It wasn't fun if you came in third. You got a pat on the back and a bronze medal that you left in your Jita hangar to cry about. We've moved the prizes down so we can get more parity in the Alliance tournament, and also increased the number of prize ships available. So there are going to be quite a few this year. If you're a top 16 team in Alliance Tournament 20, you will get 2 frigates, 2 cruisers, and 1 battleship. Hell yeah. There's going to be a total of 385 ships awarded in total. But if you come in first place, 40 frigates, 40 cruisers, 20 pythons, you're going to take home and just do unimaginable things with. These are some of the most yoked ships we've ever introduced into the Alliance tournament.
You left some for us, right? Right?
Yeah, nope.
Some
You'll just
what?
have to win, maybe
What?
set up a contract or something. I don't know. But you're gonna have to fight with these teams on the open market. Maybe if you like get a little bribe in here. That no, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Oh, bribe. Oh, bribe. Yeah, I got you covered, man. Don't worry. I can do that. I can do that.
But yeah, I am so excited for these ships. You have no idea. When you get them in your hands, it's going to just be chaos everywhere. And that's what the Grizzlies wanted to do with this tournament. They stole, borrowed, and modified the Concorde prize ships from the original sponsored and put their own spin on it. But we still have one more match to figure out who's going to make it to Alliance Tournament 20. We've got Till Doomsday going up, Seriously Suspicious. We've got the bands in now. I'm hearing in my earbud, which I don't actually have. Till Doomsday have banned the Armageddon and the Sleipnir. Seriously Suspicious with some unique bands. The Scimitar, get that out of the way. And the Hyena. I think this might be one of the first Hyena bands that we've seen. Loki is flying through, Nighthawk is flying through, so Hamrush is still a viable option. But the Hyena, we've seen it before cause some havoc. We've seen some pilots in the Hyena just not die and just live for the entire time. Really quick, Theronth and Wingnut, what are your predictions on this match? Just give me a quick, who do you think is going to win this one?
You go first, man.
I think so, the barbecue boys. They don't ban Loki. There's a good chance they will field it because of that. Maybe they had to invade local McDonald's for the Wi-Fi because the neighbors cut them off. So I'm betting on them. Those are mine on the mission, right?
All right,
I'm a fan of the barbecue boys. I want the barbecue boys to win this. That whole vibe is worth every second of it. I sincerely hope it works. Please, if your ship dies, guys, don't kick the power cable beneath you, okay? We need your team to win.
All right, Twitch chat looks like they favor Till Doomsday, but I'm with you. The barbecue boys of Seriously Suspicious. Really love to see them in the Alliance tournament. Really love to see what setups they're going to bring. We're going to find out right now. We'll send it over to Ali and Fear in the arena to break down our final match of the Alliance tournament 20 feeders.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the arena. I'm Ali Aris, joined here by Fear Vina. Here for the last match of the feeders, we have Till Doomsday versus Seriously Suspicious for the last AT slot. Till Doomsday have brought the Hamrush. What have Seriously Suspicious brought?
They've also brought Hamrush, but they've got more garlic in it. 3 squalls versus 1, and as we all know, more squalls equals more better. We'll see how this one goes. They both got the same top ends, a Nighthawk and 2 Lokis. It's just Till Doomsday have opted for the double Navy Drake and the Navy Caracal, and then some bellicose paints, while Seriously Suspicious, Fleet Cyclone, and then Tech 2 Frigate Logi instead of Tech 1 Frigate Logi, and of course those 3 all-important squally boys. 5 seconds left. It's the last match of the feeders. The winner is the last team into the Alliance tournament. Let's go.
And this will be a fast one. Rush versus Rush. Both teams are indeed, well, one team's rushing and the other team is just sort of waiting and receiving this. Pretty common thing from Seriously Suspicious. We've got a Squall tackled, a Nighthawk tackled.
And Navy Drake as well seems to be the primary from Seriously Suspicious, as they lose one of their squalls. Ombre Delagino in the Drake Navy issue is absolutely melting right now, and a squall for a Drake Navy issue does favor Seriously Suspicious as they lose yet another squall.
Seriously Suspicious looking around for the next target. Looks like they're going on Frank LeTank in the Drake Navy issue. Not likely to tank as hard this time. Meanwhile, there's Seriously Suspicious Cyclone of Veridun just melting. And this is what we see in these matchups. It's a DPS trade, DPS trade, DPS trade until one team stops being able to clear the other's targets. Last squall down. Right now, Seriously Suspicious has less DPS on field, but they've still got the chance to trade this out and get a victory here.
I've gotten both those Navy Drakes, and now they're going for a squall of their own on a Till Doomsday's squall of Vox Day. They take them down, but in the meanwhile, their Cyclone issue of Leol already in half armor, being chunked down by the combined ham might of Caracal Navy issue, Dual Loki, and Nighthawk. And with that, they will have one more DPS ship remaining on top of the Seriously Suspicious squad, one Caracal Navy issue, and then the rest of the DPS is a mirror between the two teams.
Yep, and right now this is favoring Seriously, or till Doomsday. They've got one more DPS ship if they're able to leverage that, and Eridon is tanking for quite a long time. The Bantam and the Burst tech one Logi, but they're still getting it done. As I say that, Eridon falls, damage is going on to Turkish. We'll see if they're able to, if Till Doomsday is able to break through the Kirin and the Scalpel, or if they're going to need to make a quick swap.
Yeah, Tech 1 Logi versus Tech 2 Logi. So Seriously Suspicious and Till Doomsday, they have equal DPS remaining on the field. Yes, the Bellicose has some missiles on it, but it doesn't really count. It's mostly a paint boat. We see them going for this Kirin right now as they're having trouble breaking the Loki. The Kirin goes down. Next will either be Aussie in the Scalpel, or they'll go back to Turkish in that Loki. Kit Kat, meanwhile, refusing to die all throughout feeders, stays alive in the Loki for the time being under the Bantam and Burst reps. All the reps are gone from Seriously Suspicious. It is now just two Lokis and a Nighthawk versus the same from Till Doomsday, with the addition of Logi and some paints.
Looks like Seriously Suspicious have made the swap onto the Burst. Presumably the Bantam will be next, but this is they're currently falling behind. They weren't able to trade that Logi out quickly. Turkish got no external reps to keep them alive, and the hams are coming in. There's no chance for Turkish to run away. Clear tackle. Turkish is webbed, painted, and soon to go down.
And down goes Turkish. The Bantam of Ferlito finally falls, and it's just NX Crew Rambo and XX Yon XX and the Nighthawk remaining from Seriously Suspicious squad. And 3 DPS boats to 2 does favor the team with the 3 DPS boats. Till Doomsday, they had a bit of a rough time getting into the Alliance tournament this year, but they're going to make it 3 years running for them as they finally chunk down NX Crew Rambo into low shields. They're going to keep Kit Kat alive. 100% live rate throughout the feeders, or something like that if I ask the desk. Refused to die in that hyena earlier on today, and this time around refusing to die in that Loki. GFs and local until Doomsday are your last team into the Alliance tournament.
Yep, the barbecue team has been barbecued here. I'm sure they are going to still call this a good day, though. Hanging out with your friends, trading beers to the neighbors. Best story of the tournament, certainly by far. They're trying to see if they can trade out one last ship, but as you say, Fear, Kit Kat surviving to the very end.
You know, getting those med clones back, that's expensive. I know it doesn't really cost anything, but it's expensive. Trust me, all right? I don't want to have to death clone anymore, all right? Get it? Not gonna die. Never gonna happen. With that, XX Yon XX and the Nighthawk finally ends up falling, and thus closes the Thunderdome portion of the Alliance tournament this year. We will be back in October for more fun on TQ. But first, we're going to take a quick break, send it back to the desk, and I'll close this out for these feeders.
What a match for our final match of the Alliance Tournament 20 feeders. Day 4 is over. We send the barbecue boys home. But man, oh man, till Doomsday, really making it, having to work for it. Absolutely incredible match. Hammer Rush versus Hammer. It was almost a mirror match. Theron, tell me a little bit about anything we might not have picked up on that kind of pushed the match in one way or another.
As you said, it was pretty much a mirror. There were a couple of choices. One side, the barbecue boys, they brought triple squall. The other one brought one squall. But for the points that they have saved on downgrading the logic figures to 1, they were able to bring a bellicose Caracal Navy. So this middle part of the team was a little bit more rounded up thanks to that. TP also pretty important in the when you're using missiles. So bellicose obviously was helping there. And that bellicose probably should have died as one of the first ships when seriously suspicious they instead opted to go for Drake navies, which are actually the third tankiest thing that they could have targeted on the field. So I'm not sure if the squall ergonomics apply here if they done it in the optimal order, but it was still kind of close. Also, they were a little bit slow, I think, on the next target because when till Doomsday they got one target down, the other one was immediately almost getting damaged. So more effective on trades, and this is what you want to do in the mirror match.
Wow, Wingnut, I was on the edge of my seat, shouting, watching these ships die one after the other. Do you have a favorite moment of that match?
No, just the whole damn thing, to be honest. I don't have any particular moment that really stands out. It was just good flying, good fighting. As Theron said, it was the target call taking a bit too long, which could be because they're on Wi-Fi. As an Australian, it takes about 3 seconds to lock and shoot something. So maybe it's just that, maybe their Wi-Fi was what let them down. Or maybe they're all too drunk on their beers and not really paying attention. Who knows? They're having a good time over there at the barbecue. I wish I was there, boys.
They've got a no spot in Alliance Tournament 20, unfortunately, but a great spot in our hearts. Seriously suspicious. Seriously, 07 to your squad. It's been amazing. And congrats till Doomsday. You've made it into Alliance Tournament 20. Let's actually take a look at how this is shaping up and how these teams will be facing off against one another. Oh my God, Fraternity till Doomsday. That's going to be your first match. Woof. These are first time we're seeing this. I am already so stoked for it. Can it be October already? Do we just skip a month? Anyone have a time machine? September, you suck. I want to be in October. Right.
Hey! My birthday's in September.
Well,
you evil man.
Still, it sucks a little bit less, but I still want to be in October. Get you a belated birthday gift. Don't worry about it. Alliance 2020 is shaping up to be incredibly fun. All these matches, I can't even pick a favorite, but by God. Of course, we couldn't have done it without our amazingly talented staff. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone that made this feeders happen. Ali, you've heard from her all day. Both on the desk and in the commentary booth. Last week we had Black Bart Pirate. We also had CCP Jotun doing a couple things, both on the desk and behind the scenes. The host with the most, we're going to have to share that title, I guess. CCP Overload, don't worry, he'll be back for the main event. I was just filling in for him on this one. Wingnut, you are amazing. Theron, always incredible to hear from you. Last week we also heard from Moderator and Mystical Might. Actually, last week, that was yesterday. My brain is only barely working. Fear, Flan, Starfleet Commander Nova. Again, really incredible stuff. And of course, we couldn't do this without watching any of the matches. Bay, the one and only Arche, making sure everything has been going smooth. Getting
Man
some
behind the
great
production
camera
cam.
shots. Exactly. You can see him wave. Yeah, he just waved. Hell yeah. That's not a static picture. That's really what it takes to put all this on. Brett Thomas, Discreet Error, Yggdrasil, Also, thank you so much for you, and of course, our referees, Amy Muff Muff, Sothrasil, and our GM refs, GM Maverick, GM Vision, GM Killer Koala, GM Grizzled, GM Balder, and GM Listo. Amazing work. Thank you so much. And Twitch chat, loved you as well. Couldn't do it without you. We'll see you in October. It's going to be amazing. You'll get some more points between now and then. Don't worry. Just watch everything on CCP TV, and we'll be ready for you. For the Alliance Tournament broadcast, I'm CCP Swift. We are out for now. And oh wait, forgot one person to thank. CCP Zealous for making this all possible. Couldn't have done it without CCP Zealous and CCP Lumi. Oh my God, Alliance Tournament 20. It's going to be the best Alliance Tournament ever, and I've been around for all of them, almost a lot of them, so I can say that. But again, thank you so much for everyone. We'll see you all in just a couple of weeks here for an amazing, amazing broadcast live from Reykjavik, Iceland. Goodbye for now.